Hello everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Islands of Magic livestream. Everything you're seeing here is publicly available. This is a public server. Anyone can join. All you need to do is look in my YouTube videos and you'll find a link to a Discord server called the Poolside. That's the doorway into the Path of Magic. Alternatively, you could just play it in single player. Yes, it's true, you can play Enigma Mode by yourself on your own computer, not on a public server if you want to. But you could also just watch or listen. The live stream that I do is mostly made to show off how to play Enigma Mode. It gives me a chance to play the game and get more of the perspective of a normal player, and it also gives players of Enigma a chance to see kind of what the kind of intention is, right? Because obviously, things don't always work out the way I intend, but it all ends up working out for the most fun, I would say. So, I finally actually started to do some level of progression. And what we're working on now is the boss chest, specifically the second boss chest, the Elder boss chest. And I'm glad because I'd kind of just done a whole bunch of random adventures and built and went to the Mistlands and did all these other things and went sailing and went to the edge of the world and got a bunch of chitin and almost died, and then I did die and I died a bunch of times and then I died trying to not die. All sorts of things happened. But I finally eventually was able to sort of find a spot the other day, and so basically what I did is I found this black forest, right? And I can die now, it's fine, it doesn't matter. Because I have already set a spawn, and I found the Elder spawn spot. Ooh. And there's also a rift here. Unfortunately, the rift goes to a plains. That's no good. I want lots of black forest. Should be right over here. I haven't actually mastered this Black Forest area yet. There it is. But it's not that big. So I want to show you the boss chest because that'll give context to what's going on. Oh, I should say hello. Yeah, so I have like a little bed over here somewhere. And a chest. And I found the altar here. I have no idea where I am. I sailed for a long time. And then I like went too far. I got to the other side of the world and found a bunch of Mistlands. And I was trying to find Black Forest. So I like had to sail more. And then I ended up here. So in Enigma, instead of killing each Forsaken, you complete their boss chest. Oh my gosh, the UI even loaded properly this time. Wow. How lucky. And so here you can see that I need to get 20 troll trophies, 50 bear paw, 300 bone fragments, 50 wolf fangs, and 50 root. Alright, so basically I have to kill troll, bears, skeletons, wolves, and grey dwarves or abominations. I guess you would assume abominations, but that's because you might not know that grey dwarves have a chance to drop root in Enigma Mode, so you can just kill a bunch of grey dwarves. But as you can see, I'm already in kind of a problem here because, well, my knife is all broken, and I think I must have put the big sword here. I was trying to just use my chitin dagger, but oops. Ooh, nice. And so in this livestream series so far, I really haven't done much boss chesting. So in this episode, I'll pretty much just show what... Ha! That was lucky. Like a weeping angel just showed up behind me. In this episode, I'll show you how I intended them to work. Because really, I won't talk too much about like Vanilla Valheim, but Vanilla Valheim has a progression where you kill the boss in a linear fashion of each biome, and then you go to the next one. Make sense? So you kill Eikthyr, then you've beaten the meadows. Now you get something to go to Black Forest, and then you kill Elder, and you've beaten the Black Forest. Now you get something to go to Swamp, and vice, etc., etc., etc. I find that that's very, I don't know, how do I put it? From my perspective, Valheim has an incredible world generation, and it looks really colorful, and it makes a lot of world out there and terrain and different borders. But then it doesn't really utilize that very effectively. So I prefer a version of Valheim that is less linear. So you can kind of just sail off in a random direction, and your adventure will happen to you in a different way each time. And it's okay, you may forget the 6 copper bars that you need to make the forge to repair your, pickaxe. But it's okay because there's like 3 or 4 different alternatives in Enigma to get anything to happen. So inevitably you'll run into a situation that allows you to progress, even if you forgot something important. And I find like that's what this experience is supposed to be about. It's supposed to convert Valheim into a world that you can get lost in, that you can feel is less predictable, and you can reliably just go off in a random direction, and you'll end up having an adventure that isn't quite what you expected, or you'll meet a monster you've never seen before, or a behavior, or you'll find something you haven't seen, or a place in a biome that you've never seen it before. This is kind of what I've been going for. Hey, Winter, welcome. Hello. Ah, so you've already experienced it, huh? That's cool. I'm glad it's not just me then. So, were you able to fix it? Because for me, I was confused, because I assumed, okay, I've used R2 for years. I've developed Enigma entirely using it. So, of course, it's got a bunch of nonsense cached. So, I figured if I just wiped everything and then reinstalled it, it'd be fine. But then I did that, and nothing changed. So, I must have missed a cache file somewhere, because it doesn't make sense that nothing changed, right? Like, if I actually got rid of all the files, then it should be as if it's a clean, fresh installation, and it should just work. But it didn't, so I don't know, I did something wrong. There must be more than just the profile data, but maybe you figured out a solution for that? Ah, it went away on its own. I see. It's okay. I'll live with it. Honestly, it's not so bad. I'll be right back. So I was just explaining that how the progression works in normal Valheim is very linear. And so what I wanted to do is make a form of progression where you still get some linearity, right? So I can go progress, right? Or no, it's just progress. And then I see this at the top, right? So it's kind of like there's 7 levels, I beat the first level, I found the second, and then there's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, etc. Those are the progressions. The thing is, you don't have to do it for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. You could do the 4th boss chest first if you wanted to, or the 7th boss chest first. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. You could make it that your focus of your adventure. It's going to be harder if you start on Fader's boss chest, definitely, but it's doable. There's nothing forcing you to do it a certain way. And I think that Valheim's world generation and its feeling of exploration really shines when you reduce the linear progression and make it more flat and more like an open world sort. Not okay. I don't want to say open world. I really do mean flat progression, right? Where there is a progression, but you do different things, right? So that's why it's not just okay, get a couple things. it's get a lot of stuff, right? So here we have 20 troll trophies, 50 bear paws, 300 bear or bone fragments, 50 wolf fangs, and 50 root. That's a lot of stuff. Like, that's more than just, you know, killing stuff in the woods for an hour. And that's the idea. The idea of each boss chest is to get you to really play a lot in that area, in that biome, and to give you kind of a structure of things to get while you're doing it, right? So it needs to be a variety of different things so that you are prompted to try to do different tasks, right? It could just be troll trophies, but then I'm just hunting trolls, right? I'm not really experiencing all of the Black Forest. Whereas if I have to get troll trophies, I have to get bear stuff, I have to kill a bunch of skeletons, and I even have to get wolves and root, like, I'm not just exploring the Black Forest, I'm also, like, having to go a little bit into the mountain and maybe the swamp and fight some abominations and these kind of things. So that's the point. And just so you all understand, like, the greater purpose of the boss chests, it is to encourage more of the Valheim moments where the world feels kind of worth exploring, and like you feel like you can get lost in it, and it's okay. You don't have to remember these like list of 16 materials that if you forget one, even by just one, then you're screwed because it's completely linear, and that means you won't be able to, you know, build the thing that you need to repair the thing that you need to make the thing that you need for your favorite base because you forgot that one piece of copper or tin or whatever, right? You don't have to worry about any of that. You can just, you know, release and explore and do what you want. That's the idea. And let's see, so Winter was saying, so you ask the others, and they also experience, huh? That's cool. I'll try doing... I haven't done one of those, like, total reinstalls of my operating system, but I should do that. That's usually what I do with computers. I just wipe everything completely, and then, like, it fixes most of the problems. That, at least in my experience, that's how it works. Here, let's see what this guy... What does he have? Ooh, a gemologist. Nice. I think I already have... Let's see. Do I have 10 ruby already? Nope. Got nothing. My little house. Wait, does this count as an actual fire? Yeah, it does. This pleases me. This pleases me greatly. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my tea, and then when I come back, I'll be working on the Elder Boss chest, which pretty much just means fighting a bunch of stuff and attempting to get hundreds of bone fragments. Probably I just need to find a crypt or something. Ah, yeah, I've used that before. There's some things like that you can run like from BIOS as well, and it like they like look at all of the files and they look for things like when they're I don't think it matters much anymore, but it used to really matter, like, okay, this is like 20 years ago, how things were fragmented on the hard drive. So you could have like a bunch of stuff and it's half full on your hard drive, but it's like all like chopped up too much, basically. Whereas now, I don't know how much that really matters on like modern disks, especially if you use like an SSD on your operating system installation. I'm under the impression these days it's not that much of a problem. But yeah, so what I usually do, I don't, the way I work, basically everything's online, and I don't actually need anything that's on the computer. So I found that it's usually most effective for me to just like every 6 months or so just reinstall the operating system and then just wipe everything and just install what I need again. And that way, at least from what I've noticed, that keeps the computer running really well. And that way I don't have to like scan and fix things and keep going down that path. I can just do this one thing that's relatively simple. It takes like 40 minutes, you know, if it's, you know, downloading a bit longer or something. And then it just like, you know, deals with everything. And then for me, it's like a new era, right? I reorganize my desktop. You know, I declutter my icons. I consider changing my default programs. It's a nice little ritual. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my tea, and then it's fighting time. Thanks for the tips, by the way. Alright, I'm back. You know, it's funny. I didn't really understand the fragmentation stuff when I heard about it on the computer. But then I moved to Nicaragua. And in Nicaragua, it's very, very common to have a PlayStation 2 that is flashed. And so you like put the games on a USB drive, right? And these things are quite sensitive. So if there is any fragmentation on the drive, on that file, it will fail to launch the game. So I had a whole thing. I was so excited. I found all of my games that, you know, I wanted to study and everything. I was super excited. And then I go to try and launch them and none of them work. And I was like, God damn. And then, of course, it's using like this old thumb drive, right? So it has like a, you know, 12 kilobyte data transfer rate or something like that. Or 1200, whatever it is. A slow one, right? So it takes like, you know, if I want to transfer, you know, transfer things, it takes a while. So I was quite happy when I found out that it was the fact that I had, as you mentioned, like deleted it. Basically, if you want to make the thumb drives properly, you have to have all of your files on your hard drive on the computer, and then you add all the like icons and, you know, text for the games and their, you know, covers and all that stuff on the computer. And then you format the thumb drive and add everything all at the same time. That way you get no fragmentation. The moment you delete something on the thumb drive, then it corrupts one of the games, depending on, you know, where they were stored and everything. And like, I figured it out eventually, but I probably spent like a dozen hours just trying to get things to work and like failing miserably. Oh man. All right. I was gardening all day today. I've actually noticed, so in Nicaragua, the power is not super reliable. I mean, I live in the city, so it's pretty reliable, to be honest. But there's times where they do maintenance on the electrical grid, and like today, for example, the power was out from like 9 to like 2 or something like that. And it's funny, because I definitely, like, instinctually, I don't like it at first, but then I've seen that when the power goes out for a couple hours, I just end up, like, cleaning and doing my chores and like taking care of the house without really trying to, because I can't get distracted by the internet. You know what I mean? So sometimes I wish like I wish I could like not have power one day a week for 4 hours on like a schedule, you know? I mean, obviously I could set that up, but when I'm in control of it, it's not quite the same. But it worked out really well. Anyway, alright. My brain's out of Valheim. Time to get back in Valheim. So I have this spot. I landed here. I gotta fight a bunch of stuff. But also I need to move around. I should probably make like a little forward operating base kind of thing here. Just a simple one. Yeah. Hey, I feel you too. I would get very bored without internet, but I live in the tropics and I rent a house that has a garden that is like not huge, but I mean compared to in the US, I didn't have gardens, like that wasn't a thing. I rented a room in a Craigslist house in the US. But here I can like yeah, I've lived in the same house for years and it has a decent sized garden with a big mango tree and a bunch of other things, and I study permaculture. So for me, I'm not a person who can be happy just on the computer. I love using the computer, don't get me wrong. Like a lot of my life is related to using the computer, but I'm not actually happy if I use the computer all day. For me personally, I need a balance of things, and when I'm at my happiest, it's when I'm spending a lot of time gardening and using the computer, but not like too much, if that makes sense. And I feel you as well, because when I lived in the US, it was the same for me. I needed to be around computers and stuff, but I see now really that was because I didn't have the money to have a environment that was entertaining for me. So now, like, because over like 5 or 6 years, I spent around like $1,000 on plants and different things. Now I don't need to spend any money, but I have like a collection of hundreds of different kinds of plants that I can clone and I can move around, and sometimes they die or they get destroyed, or like an animal grows in one or like makes one a home and I can move it around. And I also have chickens, and like I said, I study permaculture. So for me, the garden is like Islands of Magic. It's kind of like its own world, its own little server, except it's in real life. So it plays a huge role in my happiness and my well-being, and I think most humans are like that. Like, you kind of have to get some. How do I put it? Yeah. Well, it was $1,000 on plants over 5 years, so it's not like it was very suddenly. And to be honest, out of all the things I've spent money on, plants are by far the most worth it, because like let's take something like a pizza. I don't know where you live, but here if you want to get a pizza, maybe it's like $10 for a pizza, or a cheap one's maybe like $5. That's relatively cheap. I mean, I know in the US it was like $20 for a pizza, $15, $10 if it's on sale. It's like half the price here. But my point is that you can spend $10 on a pizza, but after that pizza is gone, you still need food, and you have nothing else, right? So for me, I pay a lot of attention to when I spend money on something and when it comes back to me, or if it doesn't. And plants in particular are something that bring a lot back to me, a whole lot back to me. It's like, how do I put it? It helps though that things are very cheap here. But all right, you can get a cacao tree for $2, or like a young like 4-foot cacao tree, or a 6-foot one. You can get a coconut palm that's like 6 months old or a year for like $3 or $4. You can get a mango or an avocado tree that's 6 to 12 months for $2 each. So it doesn't take much at all to start developing like food forests and these kind of things. And for me, that's something that brings me a lot of joy. And it's something that was really missing in my life. One of the reasons I'm able to spend so much time doing computer things now is because I know how to uh, give my body more of a balance and a break from using the computer, and give the body motion to avoid having headaches and tension and issues. So like I don't like sit the same way other people do. I like stand and move around a lot, and usually when I use the computer I'm standing, that kind of thing. It's because I've spent my whole life using the computer, and I suffered a lot. I used to have horrible migraines for like the first 2 decades of my life, and nobody knew why. I went to doctors, dealt with all that. Turned out to be a bunch of nonsense. It was just because of how I was sitting, basically. I was sitting so often and with such bad posture that I was screwing up all the muscles in my neck and making inflammation, and that would pinch the nerves and give me headaches. And no doctor ever told me that. Nobody told me that. So many people charged me for things. They wanted to put me on treatments. They wanted to do all sorts of things. And then, like, by the time I'm 30, I figure out, like, holy shit, I just have to change how I move. And then it changed everything. Absolutely everything. I wonder, you know, yeah, I don't blame you. It's hard to move around. But I just know, like, for myself, being sedentary, it causes so much suffering and pain in the long run. And that, especially, like, the problem really is that we live in this time where there's this, how do I put it? There's this system trying to make money off of you. So the moment you have a problem, they're going to be like, oh, here's a solution for you. You need $200 copay, motherfucker. And then, you know, you're like, all right, this makes me feel okay. And then you go back, and now they're like, oh, that doesn't work anymore. Here's another solution for you. But now our fee is 10% more because inflation or something. You know, I don't know. Like, my whole life, I've seen people get fucked by the American medical system. My father got cancer, and he was charged $70,000, and he died very painfully over 14 months. And my mother couldn't afford that and paid it with a credit card and worked for 7 years to pay that off. And she herself got cancer and had to work more to pay $30,000 to survive and get all of that. And it's just like, I saw firsthand how corrupt and how fucked up it is and how you get processed. And like right now, for example, my mother has cancer again, right? She has known she has a tumor since November. And it's only now, like a couple days ago, that they scheduled a surgery. She went to like 8 different doctors, and they all made her redo the same things, and they all charged her thousands of dollars. And like, this is the fucked up reality of the absurd system we live in. So like, you shouldn't trust anything you hear about health and these things. And like, I'm honest with you, like, even if you're disabled, the human body has to move around. It absolutely must. And it doesn't mean you have to, I'm not saying you have to walk. I'm just saying that, like, there is no way to get around the fact that as a human, your body, like, even your blood flow, and like, let's say that there's a problem somewhere in your body and your immune cells need to get there, right? The ability of them to get there is greatly enhanced if there is motion. And I'm not saying like, oh, you have to be an athlete or you gotta run around. I'm just saying that even small amounts of motion, like people who like lift their arms up and down randomly for no reason, just like little things go a really, really long way. And I'm just saying, never underestimate that. I'm not, you know, I don't know how you're disabled or these things, and I don't mean to suggest that, you know, you can change that. How do I put this? So I had chronic illness when I lived in the United States. I had Lyme disease. I was told I'd be chronically sick for the rest of my life, blah, 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 blah. All sorts of nonsense. It was one of the Yeah, one of the most nasty experiences I've had. And like, I don't know what to tell you because now, I don't have any of those problems at all in any way whatsoever. I just have energy and I can do anything I want, and like I don't need to worry about being sleepy, and I just rest when I'm sleepy, and then I don't want to sleep anymore. I want to, work on Enigma or make a YouTube video or do something. I feel alive. But the things I had to do to live that way, I don't know if most people can do them, because like now, I only need my whole life and providing for someone is like $1,000 a month. Rent, food, entertainment, internet, electricity, water, everything, right? Like, I mean, like, I don't know. When I lived in the US, I mean, there were months where I spent that much just on food. Like, so, it's so, I don't know how to say it otherwise. From my perspective now, disability and chronic illness is a product of being in these very damaged societies that we have evolved in the West, where we're just constantly poisoning ourselves and hurting ourselves, and then we go for help, and the people who are supposed to help us are financed by the people who make the things that make us sick. Like, it's literally some movie or something, right? Like, and I don't know if people realize this, but this isn't like new. Like, I can give you an example. The Dental Association in the United States, it's called like the ADA, I think, American Dental Association. And the sugar lobby, they meet regularly. And there was this time, I think it was in the 80s or the 90s. And pretty much they were meeting with each other. And the sugar people were like, all right, our shit just fucks up people's mouths, yo. Like, but you could make a bunch of money, if you, I don't know, give them something they can buy that makes it seem like our sugar isn't destroying their bones from inside the blood, if you can just scrub it off their mouths, then, they won't pay attention to the rot inside their blood and their body and their stomach, right? It's very corrupt, and it's so weird, to be honest. And I'm sorry you've had to go through with all those things. They're horrible, right? Like, for me, it's just been part of my life because, like, my dad died of this kind of stuff. I was 11. I was pretty young, right? And, like, I've had a good life. Don't get me wrong. I'm very happy with my life. My dad loved me. He was very kind to me, and he really emphasized just being there for me, and I'm very lucky. So it's not like a sad thing for me. Even though my dad is dead, I feel that he's here with me always because he treated me right. Does that make sense? And I've seen that most people don't get that. They aren't treated well, so like they're burdened a lot, Yeah, it's hard. The costs are horrible. And like I don't know, this way I try not to get too, obviously now I'm ranting about this already, but I try not to get too much into this stuff because like I was so lucky the way things unfolded for me, and like I just was able to flee the United States and live in Nicaragua, and like I've been here for 6 years, and because I earn money online and people here like Nicaraguan locals have like protected me. And when I was in the beginning, I was like, I didn't know the country, I couldn't speak Spanish at all, I didn't know anything. And like people sheltered me, and they like gave me places to rent and taught me how to do things, and like they took care of me. And now I'm like, I can handle things, I know how to pay all the bills, I can do anything in Nicaragua. I'm just like a local, right? It's crazy. Oh, that's rough. Tooth, I'll tell you a story about teeth. I don't know how to feel about this, but in the past I had tooth pain. Okay, I brushed my teeth every day, or every other day, sometimes I would forget. Usually it was twice a day. And I also flossed like 2 or 3 times a week. Yet I had tooth pain, and I had like gingivitis, and I had like pocketing. Fast forward to now, I don't actually do those things as much, but my teeth are way healthier. And so what's funny is the difference is that I used to consume sugar. I don't do that at all anymore. Now basically I live off of milk and butter and cacao paste. So it's a very particular diet, but what I've discovered actually is that the consumption of carb or sugar in general, it is highly inflammatory. It's very toxic. So there's a lot of notions with all these things, so you have to be a bit careful. Like milk being bad for teeth, that's not true at all. Like I don't know who told you that, but milk is literally, like, you can even like do experiments, right? Let's say you take a tooth, you can take three examples. You take a human tooth and you put it in Coca-Cola, a human tooth and you put it in water, and a human tooth and you put it in milk, and you let them sit there for like a month. You can literally see what happens to the teeth. And basically milk is not acidic. Milk is basic. Milk does become acidic when it's fermented and that kind of thing. But in general, milk is a little bit basic, as far as I understand. But I don't know the specifics. But what I can tell you as a person who consumes milk regularly is that it's actually quite protective of the teeth. And what happens is that there's this notion that there's just plaque, and it's bad for the teeth and it hurts you. And that's true. The problem, though, is that there's also good plaque. So in the same way that there's plaque that is bad for you and dissolves your teeth and causes tooth rot, there's also plaque that is healthy and protects your teeth from rot. Not all plaque is equal. It's a misconception that it's all the same, but it's not. So depending on the plaque that forms, well, it depends on what your diet is. So if you eat a lot of sugary things, you have a highly acidic plaque that literally can dissolve bone in these things. Whereas when you actually... Oh, sorry, my cat did something. I totally lost my train of thought. But my point was just that. So there's a YouTuber who handles this really well. I think her name's Ellie Goldberg or something. One second, let me link her in the chat. But basically, I've been following the advice of this person for a while, and it definitely works. Like these days, I don't have any like physical health problems. Sometimes I get like tense when I use the computer too much, and I might get a headache. But I have no digestive issues, I have no tooth pain, I have no other problems. Whereas those all used to be a constant thing in my life, and I was fatigued all the time, to the point where like sometimes I would sleep for like 12 to 16 hours a day. It was horrible, like absolutely horrible. But let me find that channel real quick here. Dr. Eli Gold Dentist? One second. Yeah, Ellie Phillips. That's it. Here you go. Yeah, this lady. She is awesome. And she's a dentist who like practiced and noticed like, hey, if I actually tell these people the things I'm legally obligated to, there's certain situations where it makes things worse for them. And so she's very upfront about how your teeth actually work, and she covers it from the perspective of really caring about what you're like, genuinely not trying to make money off of you. So I really recommend you check her out if you want to learn about like unpropagandized dentistry, if that makes sense. She's got a lot of really interesting videos. And like the biggest thing I've learned from this lady is that you can time when you consume liquids, so that basically you clean your teeth, and then you have something that's teeth healthy. And so things that are teeth healthy are things like milk and things like even butter. Basically, it coats your teeth in a way that restores the enamel. So it kind of, it does like it's kind of like it's healing them, right? Although it's like on a chemical level, so it's not like your body is healing the teeth. It's like you coat them in a way that stops the carb consuming bacteria from being able to ferment, because there's all of this like oils and fats and kind of this mucousy protective layer there. And there's also other enzymes and stuff that can help counter the fermenting action of the bacteria that cause tooth rot. So the crazy thing to me is that, like, since I've been listening to this lady, what I was trying to get at, and I will actually get back to playing Valheim in a moment. Sorry, I've gotten off on a complete tangent about this. But I brush my teeth like once or twice a week now, and my teeth have never been healthier. But it's not because I don't brush my teeth, it's because of my diet. My diet is no sugar at all in any way. So I never consume sugar and rice and bread and these kind of carb, and I live almost entirely off of dairy, butter, cacao, corn, and whole foods. So I'll eat things like broccoli, avocado, or like if I can like take it from a tree, I will consume it. Does that make sense? And ever since I've eaten that way, literally, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you all of my bodily pains and issues have gone away. Like, all of them. And now I just I'm a human. I like overdo my computer usage and then I get really tense and might get a headache. But aside from that, I'm not tired. I have energy. I don't feel hungry all the time. I just have the foods that I eat. And every now and then I might, eat like a normal meal, like, once every week or two for like a special occasion or something. But aside from that, I just have a simple life, and it works so well. And it's made me see like why, like, I get it. Like, the reason we can't do this in the West is because then we wouldn't buy all the bullshit. And like, in the average Westerner, maybe like 70% of their expenditure is actually unnecessary for human life. And not even just unnecessary, but actively harming them. So what I've come to see is that there are so many products that we purchase trying to get relief, and they actually cause the thing that we're trying to escape from. Or another thing, and it's so messy, and like, obviously, yeah, I get really passionate about this because I truly thought I was gonna die. I mean, in my past, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, a long time ago, there was a point I just accepted, like, if I'm this sick for the rest of my life, I'm gonna kill myself. There's no way I would tolerate, like, that was back when I was sleeping like 16 hours a day. And I don't even mean like I was staying in bed for 16 hours. I literally mean like I couldn't function. I would try to get through the day, and after being awake for an hour or two, I would just lose consciousness. Like, I would literally like sit for a moment after being awake for 2 hours, and then I would just blink and 2 hours had passed. I had fallen asleep, and it was horrible. Like, absolutely horrible. Definitely not something I want to re-experience, right? So for me, that's why I'm so like I'm so willing to talk about these things, because for me, I accepted that was life, and that the suffering was all necessary. And then I came to be blessed to experience that that's not actually true. You can escape almost all the suffering, but like, it's at least the physical pain, if that makes sense. I'm not saying the emotional things. That's different. Oh, that's harsh. Yeah, I'm not surprised if you're consuming a lot of soda as well. Soda is so sad. The whole soda situation makes me sad, because like, we supposedly care about people, right? But the whole world, you know, most of the developed world, people die of heart disease more than anything. And yet we're like claiming that we care about all these other things that might kill us, or, you know, all these other people that want to kill us, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, we let these corporations develop these products that just wreck us. And like here, so in Nicaragua, I'm quite lucky, and I live in like a nicer area, not a really like wealthy area, but a nicer area. But I'm exposed to like people who are really poor, but drink loads and loads of soda. And in certain situations, soda is cheaper than getting like a bottle of cold fresh water or something. And I've seen what it does to people's bodies when most of their most of their caloric consumption comes from rice, soda, and seed oil. It's horrible. Like, absolutely horrible. These things are poison. They should not be consumed. But the reality is we've built a whole society off of them. So, you know, yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom. Then I'm gonna come back, and I'm gonna Valheim. I can rant about things, but I need to be Valheiming while I do it. Hey, Binge, welcome, welcome. So yeah, if you're talking about Enigma mode, then yeah, Enigma has islands. It has like 3 different kinds of islands. One of them is made completely by Ashenius. Another is one I took what Ashenius had and I made it light. So I removed a lot of it. And then there's a third one, which is like, ooh, the Builder's Islands, and these are like a crystal thing. But just so I'm clear, are you asking about in a normal Valheim world or in Enigma? Because if you're talking about normal Valheim and you're trying to find an island, that's a little bit different. Because there are islands, but they form only in a certain way. Whereas if you're talking about Enigma, then there are those islands and a bunch of islands specifically made for you to build on. So it really depends which version of Valheim you're talking about. Alright, so normal Valheim. So you're playing normal Valheim, and you're looking for a lone island where you can build near the deep north, huh? Alright, so you asked if they are in the ocean. In normal Valheim, you will never find any land in the ocean biome, because the ocean biome, by definition, is deep water. So, that being said, sometimes when you're sailing, you can find these kind of areas near the oceans that look like ocean, but they're actually black forest or plains. And those can have certain islands. I believe the most common island you could find near the deep north would probably be plains or black forest. And basically you would have to sail along the border of the deep north and kind of close to it to find the right kind of island. But there's often black forest islands in the far east and the far west of the world. So that's probably your best bet, is to try and find some kind of combination of Mistlands and black forest in the far northeast or the far northwest. Probably you'll find something like this, maybe. It's like kind of close. And then you can find them and they'll be like, they can vary in size. Like it might be like, maybe like this big. Like what you can see here. Then sometimes you can find whole continents. I think I'm actually on one of those right now. This is like one of the black forests that's kind of near the edge, so it borders with plains and mistlands. That kind of thing. And let's see. So Winter said, let's see, it was caused by strep. Damn, that's brutal. How were you in the hospital for a while when that happened? I'm always scared of going to the hospital because, like, just being in the hospital, like, there's like a solid chance you'll get sick. And every day you're in the hospital, there's a higher chance you're gonna get sick, especially if you stay the night. And yeah, I don't know. I've seen a lot of people get fucked over by, like, one guy I know, his dad got killed because they were doing heart surgery and they like ignored that the guy had he had this like weirdness about his heart that was noted down in the documents that changed how the surgery needed to be, but they ignored it and they didn't read the freaking thing, and so they just tried it normally and it killed him. And like, that was like my friend's father, right? They had to, you know, deal with the fact that their father got killed because a doctor literally like didn't do the thing. And then of course, you know, it's like, oh yeah, you can, you know, file claims and stuff, but like it really depends how much you're willing to fight these things, right? And when you lose someone like that, like going through all that stuff, it kind of sometimes you just want to let go, you know, and move on. Let's see. So yeah, I'm trying to balance the interactions here. So Binge says, we finished Ashlands yesterday, and I might want to prep a base near the deep north. Hey, that's a fun idea. That's actually why I started this playthrough originally. I was like, someday I'm gonna make a base for the deep north, and then I end up going on other adventures. I haven't gotten to that point yet. But honestly, if you like doing that kind of thing, I encourage you. Maybe you should try joining us here on Islands of Magic. We've got a couple people who play, you know, regularly. It's not super populated server, so it's not like you'll see like 10 or 20 people running around. But there's like between like 3 and 6 or 7 people who play on a fairly regular basis. So I haven't been able to play a whole lot recently, but when I get a chance, I've been able to. And I've been ranting a lot now, but I'm gonna go to the kitchen. And then I'm gonna start another cup of tea, and then I'll actually do some fighting. I'll be back. Ah, that's wonderful. I'm glad it worked out. Honestly, it's a good thing video games exist, right? I know ultimately, there's only so much one can do, and sometimes you just have to accept things, right? And I think that games... I know people talk about escapism a lot, and they kind of paint this picture that the whole point of enjoying games is to escape your life. I don't always buy that, to be honest, because sometimes I find that, like, there's been times in my life where life was just so shitty and so painful that it wasn't even about escaping it. It was just accepting it, you know? And, like, I think video games sometimes, they, like, give you something you can do that, like, yeah, maybe it's, you know, bad for your body or whatever, but compared to, like, drinking alcohol or, you know, doing, like, smoking cigarettes or doing drugs or something, I mean, there's a lot worse things you can do than a video game habit. And especially if you start creating. I don't know. I've seen games cause harm, and I've also seen games unite people and cause a lot of healing. So I'm very interested in learning more how to make games that cause healing, personally. There's my kettle. Yeah, life's crazy like that. Always more to deal with, right? You know? It's kind of how it is. Right back. Okay, cool. First things first, I need to make a little spot. And I have around 200 wood. That's probably all I need for now. How much tar? 19, hey, that's enough. Let's just make a little kind of shack kind of thing. Ah, wait, I just realized I need to kill gray dwarves. But as you saw earlier, I was standing around, nothing was happening. But now I'm building, right? And that's making noise, which attracts the gray dwarves, and then that diverger just kind of ganks them. It's funny. I'm thinking here, yeah. I'm just gonna follow my heart, run out of wood before I have a roof, and call it a day. I think I found out recently that these count. I think, if I remember right, I was able to use these as walls and still be sheltered inside. I like it when you can see through the structure. I'm obsessed with that sometimes. Oh shit. That's brutal. When your lung collapsed, did you feel it? Like, cause my father had a collapsed lung, and I remember being surprised that he didn't know it was collapsed. He just, like, he described pain, but he didn't, like, it wasn't clear, if that makes sense. But he was super sick already. He had, by the time that happened, he had, basically, he had lung cancer, and then the lung cancer metastasized, and so he had lung cancer, bone cancer, brain cancer, and bladder cancer. So, like I mentioned, he did not go out softly, if you can put it that way. So I don't know how much of that is related, because sometimes, like, you know, people, like, if you get in a car crash, you might get a collapsed lung. Like, I don't know the circumstance of how it's different, right? I'm sorry you're going through those things, though. Must be rough. But also at the same time, I know, like, me saying it's rough, I mean, it doesn't change anything, right? Alright. 19 pieces, huh? I think I can get away with this. Yeah, I remember he had there was like this tube. Because when my father's lung collapsed, he was in the hospital. Well, yeah, I guess when you're probably, if you have a collapsed lung, yeah. That's where you would be, right? Maybe that's obvious. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I was like, I remember that thing. I remember there was like this tube, and then like a thing. I don't know what it was. It was like a box that the tube went into. I just remember that, like, there was now a tube that went into the chest and the lung, and then there was stuff coming out of the tube, and it went into a box, and he had to carry the box around wherever he was. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. I'm glad that all got cleared out for now. That's good. Yeah, maybe this will work. Looks decent. I guess it would make sense to have, like... I can put a fire, like, right here. Ah, yes. Wood catches fire. I remember. Oh, hey, hey, yes. Hello, hello, my friend. Oh, I missed. I need to kill a bunch of trolls because I need like 20 troll trophies. And I think that's probably going to be the hardest part of this chest. I have no troll trophy. Actually, that's not true. I have one. I have one somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, there's some root. Yeah, there we go. Now I made some progress. I have 3 root. I need bone fragments. I need root. I need troll trophies. That's why I'm making this spot, really. I don't need a lot of fancy base stuff. I just need, like, some things to store some stuff. Don't really need to worry too much. Nice. Alright, I guess I need... Can I upgrade the workbench? If I had brought things, I can acquire them somehow, but I don't think I can repair my dagger yet. Yeah, I need to get level 2 probably. Yeah. It's the easiest way for me to do that. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I'm glad that things have been getting better. That's wonderful. Alright, root, bone fragments. I'm going to try and focus just on the things that I need. Okay, so I'm going to need a bunch of bone fragments. I need root. I'm going to need troll trophies. I feel like I have one troll trophy somewhere, but I don't know where it is now. And then, is it bear paw or bear hide? I think bear paw. And then also wolf fang. Ooh. If I was smart, I probably have a bunch of wolf fangs in the base, but that's so far away now. That's not happening. I'm not going back there. I don't even know how I would get to where I am. Like if I were to die and lose my spawn or something, like I sailed and like got chased by things. I did not. This whole time I've been playing, I haven't really gotten lost, but that's because I was playing directly under the world tree, so it was really easy for me to tell where I was. Now I'm on the other like part of the world, and like I can tell which direction I'm looking in, but I don't have as good of a sense of like where I am right now, which is awesome because that's why I love playing no map. Alright, so I got the bed, that's good. I got the fire thing, that's here. And I could like buy some flint. Did I bring any money? I may have actually. Oh, I have some iron scrap here. Oh, I have 2 iron scrap. Hey, I'm set. If I can make... Okay, if I have 5 Sertling cores, I can definitely find 5 Sertling cores. Hey, what are you doing there? Sounds like a lot to go through. Let's see. I don't think I really anticipated much, right? I came with like an empty boat, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and I found this stuff along the way. Okay, so I don't have any Sertling cores at the moment. So probably I should prioritize finding a burial chamber and getting a cart. I would say those are my 2 most immediate concerns. And there's a Droger. There was a Diverger here somewhere. I guess the Diverger's dead. It's so funny. You would think like a Diverger from the Ashlands would stay alive well in the Black Forest, but once the mob gets stunned once, even just a couple basic like let's say a 2-star Grey Dwarf throws a rock and it hits the Verger when they're stunned, it does a lot of damage. So it's kind of funny that the like strong mobs can actually be overwhelmed by Grey Dwarfs. Okay, it's the little things, right? It's kind of the irony of the online age. We're all like interconnected, right? But people feel so unconnected. They feel so alone. Even though technically the world's more interconnected than it's ever been. Like, people are connected to people on the other side of the world. You know, right now there's like a, you know, a war happening in the Middle East that affects everybody. You know, you're connected to it. If you use gasoline or these things, or, you know, you hear about things in the news, you're affected by it, right? It's like interesting how despite the fact that we're so connected, we feel so disconnected. Personally, I don't think that's like natural. It's because of the way people are obsessed with careers and these things. I don't know what killed that bear, but I'm happy about it. Definitely happy about it. And I hope that things work out for you, Winter. It's always scary being, yeah, when you go through those kind of things, you don't really know what's happening. And I don't know how people are in your family and stuff, or friends, but my experience, at least when I was in the West, I still like live in a, I mean, Nicaragua has Western influences, but compared to the United States, it is more like the rest of the world, if that makes sense. So when I was in the US, if you go through something traumatic, or like you know someone and they die, it's like you become damaged goods to other people. And I know that sounds harsh, and people don't admit this. Like, it's not like, you know, this is something people would say. They wouldn't admit it. They would lie to themselves. But my experience, at least going through my father dying as a child, and how other people's parents would treat me, and also when you get sick, like, basically the society is kind of unwell, so it doesn't want to be sad, and you're in a harsh situation, so it feels sad, so people don't like that. They don't want to feel sad. And the result of that is when you actually like need support, you know what I mean? It's like impossible. Because you end up not getting it when you actually need it, you know what I mean? Oh shit, this bear's gonna wreck me. This is perfect though. I need to fight Grey Dwarves and bears and skeletons and trolls. And I need to do that a lot to progress this boss chest. Oh my god! Holy crap. Oh god. It's gonna kill me with the log. I didn't even know that was possible. I made in Enigma there's less vegetation, but it's 2 or 3 times as big. So, like, you feel like there's the forest, but if you look at the instances, like right now there's 1,000. But normally in the Black Forest there would be like, maybe like 4,000 to 6,000. It's a trick from World of Warcraft, and then I tried it and it was like, oh, it totally works. I don't even remember what normal Valheim looks like anymore. I don't think about it. I just play. Which means that it's probably fine. I was surprised how much stuff you could take away, actually. Okay. I need to get some Surtling cores so that I can, or I either need Surtling cores or 200 coins. And then I'm good. Ah, that's wonderful. Family's kind of hit or miss, right? I think a lot of people have family that like mean well, but they're so busy or they're dealing with other things that they're not able to do well. You know what I mean? Yeah, come on, Mr. Bear. Do I have a bubble? I do not have a bubble. This bear's just yeeting this forest. You wanna go? Yeah, oh shit. Didn't work. I got the bubble now though. Yeah. Oh, got that stun. I'm glad I have a strong sword. Yeah, nice. I saw a burial chamber. Oh, I remember what else happened. There's this cave here, and I found 2 silver nodes in the cave. Mined them, and then I made a chest somewhere. Yeah, here. Yeah. Ah, and there are rubies. Oh no, that guy's gone though. Ah, here's the troll trophy. Okay, okay. Ah, that's pretty good. Now I just need... I need to find a diverger and I can sell this stuff to them. Hey! Oh, a tomb guard? Wait, that's good. I need that. Hey, you know, it's easier to meet people who are share more interests online than it is in the real world, because the real world you're limited to circumstance pretty much. Like there's billions of people, right? But you can't find people who listen to you or do the same things you do. Whereas when you are online, you have a way of just naturally ending up near the people who do similar things. Makes sense? So I think a lot of people would relate that it's easier to find like acquaintances and people who you know and friends and these things online than it is in the real world. Especially when you're older. I think when you're like a kid, like, you know, when you're literally like 5 or 10, it's different, you know? They can just make friends like, you know, you could put them with a pack of cats and they'd be like, hey, these are my buddies. I'm a cat. We're back. You know what they say, age is just a number, right? Age is supposed to correlate to experience, but in practice, it only sometimes does. I think it's kind of cool how Valheim has like, it's actually like in Valheim, it's rarer to find a young player than it is to find an older player. And it's a game where you find people sometimes who are in their 60s, 70s, or even 80s who actually play it and enjoy. It's really cool. Okay, so I cleared this. I remember now. Yeah, I cleared this. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I've heard about. Usually, when I hear about kids playing, it's when they play with their family. So, like, their parent will like run a server or something, and then the kid will play with the parent sometimes. But it's quite unusual, not unheard of course, for like let's say a like 13, 14-year old to be really excited about Valheim. They tend to be more excited about the things that other kids their age are also interested in. So, more fatty, mainstream kind of games. But, it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Cool. Oh, hey, there's one. Oh, I was too close. No, he's alive. It's okay. I think a lot of people are in that situation because most people don't have as much time as they want to, so they're in a position where they can help. But if they do, then something happens in their life that like is burdensome or something gets in the way, you know. So it's challenging. Only certain people who are in a very unique position in their like life where they have a lot of time for whatever reason, and they're also very motivated, are able to do a lot of things. But that's okay, you know. That's only a couple people. Not everyone has to do that. Really, anything that can be done. Really, the main thing is like if you say you're gonna do something, then you should do it. But that doesn't mean you should do everything or you have to do a lot of stuff. It's just more that there are problems for other people if we say we're going to do something but then we don't. So it's good to be accurate and honest about what you are doing. Does that make sense? As long as you're accurate and honest about what you're doing, then anything you do is useful. What isn't useful is when people say they're going to do something and then really they don't follow through, and then, you know, the other Valcon people have to figure that out and then work on it, and, you know, it's kind of a mess. But ultimately, everyone's kind of, you know, volunteering and helping out. Yeah, that makes sense too. I'm excited about Valcon this year because I don't know if it'll, like, how do I put it? This year I think it's more likely that there will be more kind of lasting interactions from Valcon. That happened last year. But this year we've done a lot to make Valcon more interactive in a way that doesn't rely on like one particular person or one particular server or anything. So that way there's more to do. Does that make sense? It's not just kind of content and watching. It's like a hub for these Valheim worlds made by people who are really passionate, you know? And like, it's not just the Hype Week world, it's also the actual showcase world. I don't know what we've telegraphed about that and what the thing is, but like I've been helping manage that and run the scripts on it. And it's really cool seeing how motivated people are. And like, when I have to update the scripts and stuff, I like wait for someone to log off. There'll be like a couple people building, go to bed, wake up, there's a couple people building, and it's like days will pass and it's like, there's never a moment where like someone wasn't online. It took like 3 days and then I got a chance. I was like, damn. It's really cool. Especially seeing like all the different people share the screenshots and all the different portals and stuff. I really like different portals. They're cool. But what I'm hoping, like really for me, what'll really matter, I don't know about the others, is that the people who sort of have these worlds, I want to make sure that they feel noticed. Does that make sense? So like, obviously with the Valcon world, people are going to notice that when they're going to play on it. That will happen. It will feel noticed. But then there's these basically 14 or 15 of these Hype Week worlds. And these are various things. Some of them are things just made for Hype Week. Some of them are, you know, things that have been going around for years, months. It all depends on each project. But what I think really matters is that all this happens in a way where people feel like they want to try each one. Does that make sense? I don't want to present it in a way where it's like, all right, you pick the one and that's your team. I want it to be like, these are cool. Let's try all of them. I want to try this one. Maybe I'll do this one and then I'll visit that one. Like, I don't know how to best accommodate that, but I have this feeling that if we kind of have all these places kind of together and everything, and we just make them accessible to people, then something will happen. Like, I don't know what'll happen, to be honest. All I can really do is visit the worlds myself, but I'm really happy, to be honest. I'm very impressed with all the people, at least in Hype Week, that I've worked with. Like, I definitely thought, I don't know, maybe a third of the people would follow through and make a video and everything, but like almost everyone did. I was shocked. Like, and not just that, but like they're really proactive and they've like stayed in communication with me, and they've been understanding when like you know, I had to deal with something or like follow a certain rule or deal with copyright stuff, and it's been like an incredible experience personally, just managing Hype Week and meeting all the hosts and like seeing the projects they work on. It's really, really inspiring. So in many ways, like I'm already quite happy. It doesn't even really matter what actually happens, if that makes sense, because it's just been so cool meeting with these people and meeting them and then seeing all their trailers, and like now they've made the trailers and they're on the internet, and like that's what I always wanted, right? So like all the stuff I was trying to help encourage, now like they've done it, and now they have their worlds, and they've made these 90-second trailers that are like an ad for their Valheim experience, and it's so cool, like seeing it all unfold, and I'm really excited. Oh, I just realized, where's my thing? 1 second. I didn't mean to, sorry about that. I didn't mean to get rid of this. I was recording some footage the other day, and I needed just normal gameplay of a specific moment. So I put this off to the side, and I just realized I haven't had it there. Tragic. Tragic, tragic, tragic. Alright. Back to Valheim. I'm starting to get a better sense of what's going on here. Okay, so I have this base here, and then up on this hill there's this troll cave, and there's a chest, and there's some rubies in that chest, and I can take them back to this diverger, and then the diverger is going to give me a bunch of gems. I can use those to reset dungeons or reset the troll cave. That would be great, actually. I guess, yeah, earlier I mentioned alcohol and cigarettes, yeah. Maybe, I don't know, when did I mention smoking and drinking? I don't remember the context anymore. I don't drink at all anymore, to be honest. I've always had like a, I don't know, it felt like alcohol just was pointless. Like every time I had it, if I had more than a drink or two, I just felt sick and like tired. Like, I don't know why people like it so much. But I learned that, yeah, it's like in a lot of cultures and a lot of people's experience, alcohol is a very important part of opening up and socializing with others. So for me, I don't, like, I can be pretty blunt. I don't feel like I need alcohol or something to, I can like type and talk a lot. I don't need to feel more comfortable. So I need like to chill out and not do that, if that makes sense. So I just don't experience that. So for me, I've just never really understood it. And then a couple times got super sick after drinking, and I just never felt that interested. But at the same time, I know people have completely destroyed their lives and various phases in their life with alcohol and died, or almost died rather, and it's rough. Like, alcohol's horrible. People also, like, I don't know, they do a lot of reckless shit when they drink. And like, something happens over time where, like, if you drink every now and then, it doesn't really happen. But let's say like you're drinking regularly, then like basically it seeps into your habits, you know? I've seen alcoholism is all over the world, and I mean, like here in Latin America, it's much more obvious. Whereas in the US, alcoholism's everywhere, but it's more like, it's weird. I don't know. It's like there's a lot of like duality in the US, if that makes sense. So it's like, it's not okay to look like you're an alcoholic, sort of. But most of the politicians are alcoholics. And in college, you basically get taught to be an alcoholic. And it's completely acceptable if you know, function, or you do sports, or you do well in school. You can be an alcoholic. It's totally fine. You can get in trouble with the law. Cops might even understand. Especially if you're kind of privileged. You come from the right family or whatever. Yeah, no one gives a shit. So it's like, it's definitely a huge part of culture. I used to have like a beer occasionally and that kind of thing, but I could tell that basically it would literally just make me sleepy. And then I'd sleep but wake up. So like I would get sleepy but then wouldn't be able to stay asleep. And I was like, why am I paying for something that makes me feel shitty, that makes me sleepy, but then when I actually sleep, I wake up. It's like it screws me in like 8 ways. But I've learned that I'm just like, I don't have a tolerance. Like I can, the drunkenness part, like it's not necessarily that I don't have a tolerance to that. It's that the negative parts of alcohol hit me really obviously. So like I get really intense hangovers after like 2 or 3 hours, and I've just learned like something about my body or whatever. I can't really handle alcohol well, so I get really sick. So it's funny because like some people are like, oh, that's sad, and I'm like, nah. It means that I don't have a choice and I don't drink. And I'm happy because I don't feel like, oh, like there's not a part of me that's like, oh, I'm missing out. Because like, I don't know. Alcohol is nice. Like, the only thing about alcohol I kind of miss is like having a dinner out somewhere at a restaurant and like having a beer with the meal, like slowly and that kind of thing. I like that kind of stuff, but sparingly, if that makes sense. Oh god. Yeah, handling alcohol is the pride of fools. It's not something worth worrying about, really. Alright, I'm gonna get this body back. Trying to remember, is there anything you make with soft tissue aside from sap? Or aside from ether in the refinery? Life's better. No one needs to have alcohol, to be honest. It's nice, in theory, but mostly it's just sad that society is the way it is. Very normalized, and the only reason people are able to do it so much is because of how normalized it is. Very harmful. Whoa, I got a bunch of bullshit here. Nice. But, you know, that being said, I think sometimes, for some people, you know, it's a good thing. I've learned that, like, yeah, I mean, for me it's horrible, but just because that's true for me, it doesn't mean that it's like that for everyone. Some people, like, alcohol plays a really important part in their life or their culture, and it, like, you can't just be like, oh, it's bad. Like, I mean, yeah, it's physically harmful, but so is, like, sitting, right? So is consuming sugar. You know, all these things are bad, but people do them, you know? Yeah, people say it's an escape. It's not even real, is it? Like, if you think about it, how many people do you know who succeed in escaping using alcohol? Like, have you ever succeeded in escaping how you feel using alcohol? People just say that. Like, it doesn't actually work, you know? At least, I don't know. Like, I look at it from the other end, though. I've been on the receiving end, where I've been around, like, someone who consumes a lot of alcohol, and, like, one of the things that was really frustrating for me personally was the looping. Like, oh my god, I hated that so much. Like, when, like, someone who drinks a lot will, like, get, like, they'll talk really intensely, like they've had this big realization, and it's the first time they're ever saying it. But they've said it many times already. And, like, that is not true. Does that make sense? But it sounds true. They're making it sound true. And then, like, they just keep going. And, you know, it's like a story is built, and while they're listening to it, I guess they believe it, right? But I was around people who had a lot more problems with alcohol, so that's not really what normally happens, you know? And I think in a lot of cultures, especially if you're in, like, Asia, or, like, Japan, like, drinking is important. Like, if you shun drinking, or if you don't drink, yeah, there's a lot. It's complicated. So, like, yeah, I'm just saying that because, like, yeah, I'm very critical of drinking because I've, you know, seen how damaging it is, and but also, like, I'm biased because I was on the receiving end of being around people and living with people who drank a lot and seeing how they behaved and what they did and all the problems it caused and how much money wasted everything. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that's what people say about alcohol. But that's the thing I was trying to point out. Like, does it really numb the pain? Like, I mean, when I drink, I get pain. So, like, I don't know. Maybe I have a different experience than other people when they drink. But I can say that in my life when I was younger and when I was suffering more and when I felt unable to be myself, then yeah, like a drink or two was really nice. It was really therapeutic. It was very healthy for me. But aside from that, like I mean, I've pretty much regretted every time I have alcohol. I'll see somebody have a drink and I'll be like, "Ooh, that looks nice," and then like have a beer and then feel like shit or want to go to sleep or have a headache and then feel nauseous all day the next day and then wake up early and feel unrested. It's like a bunch of bullshit. So like I don't understand what does it actually numb, right? Does it really numb anything? Because I know it does to a point, but like you have to really drink to get to the point where you're actually numb to what's happening around you. You're dissociated. You know, so I get it when people talk about it. They're kind of acting like people drink that way, but most people don't drink that way. You know what I mean? Like, they drink a couple drinks. They drink to get drunk, but like to actually numb yourself, you can't just be drunk. You have to live drunk. You know what I mean? Like it's that's not what people do most of the time. I mean, even like I lived with a bunch of different forms of alcoholism in other people and roommates. I lived in a Craigslist house in the US, right? So all sorts of different walks of life passed through that house. And so one of the things that, hey, there's my bear trophy, nice. One of the things I saw was, hey, and there's a wolf too, nice. One of the things I saw was those different kind of variants of alcoholism, right? And I think when you talk about it actually numbing, that's when people are using it like daily. You know what I mean? And like this is where like the reason I'm bringing this up is because I've noticed that when people talk about certain subjects, there's kind of these catchphrases that society throws around, right? Like, alcohol. Well, what is alcohol for? Oh, it numbs the pain. Yeah, good job. Yeah, that's what society said. That's what you've heard before. Yeah. And there's this like justification that we're all taught by participating and watching movies and listening to the news and hearing our parents and our friends and going to school. We learn these things, right? And ultimately, like, I've found at least that a lot of it's bullshit and it's just not true. And like it sounds true, but it's not. You know? From my perspective at least, the reason people become alcoholics is because they don't have access to the support necessary, and they didn't for years or growing up, and as a result their habit of alcohol gives them comfort. It gives them relief because their parents, their partner, their friends were not there for them growing up or in really important phases in their life. And so they learned that they can obtain comfort by obtaining drinks or substances or whatever. And at least what I've found is that if you look at people the first like 10 years of someone's life, you can usually find the origin of their drug addiction or their alcoholism. And the thing that like really happens, at least from my perspective, is like there's this lie basically that if you have a mom and a dad and they both are nice to you and they both work and they provide for you and they send you off to go to college, you have no reason to be mentally unwell. You have no reason to do drugs or to drink. But this is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Because the reality is, a human being is incredibly complicated. And raising even one human is incredibly challenging, and the vast majority of people simply do not have the skills and the resources to do it properly. And I don't think anyone really does it properly, because obviously our world's fucked. We kill each other, we lie, we cheat, we steal, we treat people from other nations as if they don't deserve, you know, our attention in these things. Even now, like, people act like, oh, World War III and shit. And it's like, okay, yeah, people are concerned about World War III right now in the West because their gas prices are going to go up. So they suddenly care about the shit that's been happening for decades. This is not new. These conflicts are not sudden. They have not come out of nowhere. They have been unfolding, and we don't pay attention to them in the developed world because we don't give a shit. So, like, we're fucked. We're not emotionally okay. So, like, that's why, like, it's important to understand that what is normal is inherently dysfunctional and fucked up. And that's something I didn't understand growing up. So I had this notion that there were people who are normal and are okay. And, like, I've come to understand that most of the time is just not true. It's a lie. Most people are not okay. They're not doing well. And it's just kind of this lie that we fixed everything. The world wars happened. They were horrible. But then we figured everything out. But it's just not true. You know, it's just not true. And what I've discovered, or what I firmly believe, is that people have problems with alcoholism and drug addiction because in the first 12 to 15 years of their life, they were unable to find comfort from their parents for whatever reason. So it creates this dysfunction that substances and alcohol need. And the most important thing to understand about an addict is that if you were them, you would be an addict. If you lived their life, you would do the exact same thing, because for that human, they are doing what they believe will relieve their pain. And they really, really believe that. Otherwise, they wouldn't behave in it. Like, deep down, people try and avoid the pain. Even when they hate themselves, they're functioning in a way where they're avoiding pain. And in certain moments, maybe they'll lash out at themselves. But most of the time, they're avoiding pain. And when people have substance problems or alcohol problems, it almost always is this circumstance. And when I say parent, like, don't take that the wrong way. I don't mean like, oh, your genetic blood father and mother, if you have to have this and that. It's not that simple. I'm saying that when the child forms in the first 10 to 15 years of their life, they must have a lot of attention and stability. The reality is a human being growing needs a full-time job from their mother and their father. That's what a human actually needs to be okay. Now, the reality is that, okay, how do you raise a kid and feed them and send them to school and not work? That's impossible. And this is why we have our reality. You have to trade. And ultimately, the act of giving up the time causes the child to suffer later in life. And in modern life, especially the American culture, that's what I know a lot about and what I'm very experienced with. In modern life, the American culture is fundamentally unprepared for trauma in these issues. Like, completely... How do I put it? Completely unable to handle and process the inevitable traumas of life. We have this inability to accept that we will die. And we're terrified of it, so terrified of it. And it relates to what we discussed earlier about how in American culture, when you start going through trauma, people tend to push you away. I'm not saying this will always happen, but let's say you're growing up, you're in school, or these kind of situations, in public situations. When you start going through something, you know, or someone they know, like, oh, they've got a problem, it makes people back away. And like, I'll give an example of this. And yeah, I'm sorry if these things are intense, and don't worry about it. Like, at least if you're being quiet, that's for your own sake. I talk about these things. I've always done that when I stream, so don't worry too much about it. But what I've come to understand about this is that we are fundamentally unprepared for the life that we find ourselves in. And American culture in particular covers the children in material and tells them that they have everything and they should be grateful. But the reality is that they were not given some really important things that children need growing up. And as a result, you get a mixed bag of outcomes when the kid actually, you know, gets to their 20s and 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever. You'll find that, you know, people will say like, oh, you know, they seemed fine. You know, when you hear about someone killing themselves, the parents are always like, oh, they were fine. They seemed happy, you know? Yet we are from a society, at least I don't know where you're from, or those of you listening, I don't know where you live. I'm from America, right? So in the United States, if you look at gun violence, you'll hear that people get guns to protect themselves and all these things. Let me tell you the truth about gun violence. In the United States, more people are killed by putting a gun in their mouth than others are shot with a gun. So despite what you see in the media about guns and weapons and how it's about defending your territory and your land, the reality of it is that people kill themselves with guns more than they defend anything. And we have known this for a long time. We are also a society that discovered that the consumption of sugar and these things causes increased rates of cancer and increases the rate that tumors grow. We discovered this in 1980, and guess who discovered it? The sugar lobby. Yeah, they always freaking discover the things first, and then you find out like 15 years later. And it's just important to keep all these things in mind, because otherwise you get tricked. And you think like, oh yeah, society is a thing that's trying to protect me, and I should listen to these people. It's more like, ah yeah, these are raving lunatics who are trying to make as much money as possible and don't give a shit about anybody. I have to be very careful about everything I hear. That's the attitude you have to have if you actually want to be healthy, you know what I mean? And it's sad. Like, it's sad that, like, that's what we've come to, right? But that's how it is. And, like, again, this is, like, I don't... For me, games and this kind of stuff are interwoven. It's the same thing, because I lost my father as a child, and I dealt with that by playing a lot of video games and reading a lot of books. I was constantly reading books and playing video games. And especially games like World of Warcraft and RuneScape. Like, literally, when my father died, I remember the first thing I did when I got home, and after, you know, we dealt with the body and everything, and I cried and hugged him and all that, I, like, logged into RuneScape. Like, that's what I was doing back then. And it's definitely, like, how do I put it? Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Like, I understand what you're saying, and I definitely don't endorse anyone ever killing themselves, but I think, at least, look, I mean, I've lived with someone who's suicidal for 6 years, who made a suicide attempt in Christmas like 2 or 3 years ago. And I can tell you that the worst thing you can do is demean their suffering. And while yes, the notion that this narrative that, like, no, it's never okay, it's always bad, it's never okay, like, at least I have found that sometimes what people really need to hear is that, you know, like, you suffer so much, it would make me sad, but I would understand. And sometimes when people hear that, it's like suddenly they don't feel as much that way. You know what I mean? But most of the time, when people actually do, right, it's in a situation where it's like you're explaining, like it's in a moment and they actually would regret it, you know? So I'm not saying that it should ever be encouraged. I'm just acknowledging that sometimes what people really need, and the reason they want to die, is because they feel so unacknowledged. They feel so, like, I don't know how to put it, they're, like, empty. And it's impossible to exist. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like, it's such a touchy subject because there's so many different reasons that people do that kind of thing and try and end their lives. And it's definitely, like, when I speak about drug addiction, I can be confident when I say about the childhood and stuff. But when I talk about, like, people who make suicide attempts, that's, I can't say anything with confidence about that because that covers so many different walks of life and situations and people. Yeah, it's very, very, very messy, you know? Yeah. I would say emptiness is probably the thing that... I guess it depends. The people I know, so I know of two types. There's basically the empty type, who, like, feels so vacant, and I don't know how to put it, but it's like... It's this feeling of not belonging and it being wrong. Like, you are wrong the way you are. You don't belong. You are attacked. You feel unsafe everywhere, constantly. There's that type. I'll call that, like, the empty type. But then there's also those who regret their lives. Those who've hurt others. Like, those who have killed people. I've known people who, like, were soldiers or had killed or, like, committed crimes in these things. And, like, what I've seen is that, like, let me put it this way. I don't think humans are bad. Because if humans were bad, like, truly, if human nature was to hurt people, then those who have killed wouldn't suffer so much, but they do. Like, those who kill suffer forever. They suffer till they die. It haunts them. And, like, sometimes it might not seem that way, but it's not normal for a human to kill another human. Absolutely not normal. So it causes a whole series of, like, psychological events. And that's why it's kind of, again, the fact that we have the position we do in our society and everything shows that we don't understand our own humanity. We don't value these things. We don't possess the skills. And instead of, like, acknowledging that, like, hey, we've been, like, you know, sanctioning, you know, a third of the known world and, you know, financing wars and destroying, you know, everything for decades, and like there's consequences for behaving this way, you know what I mean? Like, we don't live in a world where like we're harming some alien planet. Like we shit where we eat, you know? And like this is what we get, right? That's why, like, for me, what really matters is that you treat people well, and especially the people you interact with and the people in your personal life. Because ultimately, like, there's not really much you can do about all the shit in the rest of the world. But what you can do is be understanding of those around you and listen to them. What I've found, at least, is that most people, they just want to feel listened to. And they don't feel listened to. They don't feel like people hear them when they talk. And that's kind of what I was getting at earlier, that it's like this conundrum? No, that's not the right word. Phenomena? We live in an incredibly interconnected world, yet most people, or a lot of people, feel incredibly unconnected. They feel lonely. And one of the reasons I'm able to be the way I am, like, I just basically effed off. I went to Nicaragua and I was like, alright, I'm never going back. I'm just going to live here. I'm going to live a simple life. Do what makes me happy, not what makes me money. And, like, one of the reasons I was able to do that is because I've met really wealthy people. And I come from, like, I myself am not privileged by Western standards, but I am definitely privileged by Nicaraguan standards, and I live in Nicaragua, so, like, I don't know if that makes sense. But my point is that I've seen a lot of successful people, and I've gotten to know them very well, sometimes in, you know, friends, and I've also seen family members who are perceived as very successful. And I can tell you that there is a correlation between depression and suicidal ideation, and these people who appear as the most successful. So in my life growing up, I was very lucky, and I was exposed to this at a pretty young age. I was exposed to this hypocrisy. And so for me, it's very clear that, like, happiness absolutely does not come from success and what people tell you. And basically, you were born into a time where everyone around you is being consumed to make money for a company that doesn't even have the same boss from year to year. So, like, it's not even like there is this one guy who's benefiting from all the humans. It is literally like we have created these, I don't know what to call them. Like, yeah, they're a business, but it's more than a business. We've created, like, let's take a board of directors, for example. The board of directors, 10 years later, could have none of the same people. Yet the business entity itself is still profiting from the consumption of the masses. So we've created these kind of gods, and we worship them every day of our lives, and they make us sick, and they hurt us, and they take advantage of us, and we continue to worship them while we watch videos of the wealthy and the privileged and those who have time. It's like, that's our life, you know? So, like, from my perspective, really the only answer is to just be like, fuck it, and just, like, do what makes you kind of feel happy or curious, right? Because, okay, doing what makes you feel happy is not realistic for most people. I can do that because I've spent so much time, you know, just doing things that I felt curious about. And now I know exactly what makes me happy. It's not just one thing, it's a combination of things. I need to make things. I need to make videos and work on game development and play games and make YouTube videos and garden and eat foods that nourish me, that don't make me sick. And if I do all of these things, and I stretch, and I spend time with animals, and I take breaks, I'm endlessly, infinitely happy. That's how it works. There's nothing to obtain, nothing to achieve. It's just a matter of balancing the things that bring meaning and joy each day. The problem is that most people don't have access to what they need. And I did not have access to what I needed until I fucked off and I moved to a country that my country wages war on to this day. To this very day, my country, the United States, wages war on Nicaragua. We trick the young people into committing violent acts against their country, and the world just lets us. The United States funded rebels and caused a civil war in this country. And the US funded the rebels by... oh god, where did that come from? Oh my god! Getting away from here. But in Nicaragua, this is like in the 70s and 80s mostly. But it's a good learning experience. It tells you kind of the truth about who we are as Americans. But we funded a civil war here against the government because basically the locals, the Nicaraguan people, we had this dictator. He was Somoza. You know, classic stereotypical dictator kind of thing. And he was our dictator, makes sense? So like the Americans, he did what the Americans wanted, and so like we were cool with him. And obviously the local people who had to deal with what he actually did didn't like him. And so they overthrew him and took their country back because it's their country. It's not our country. We live in the United States. We are not in Nicaragua. We're not Nicaraguan. It's their country. Makes sense? We don't give a shit because we're American. And so we have convinced everybody that, oh, okay, these horrible people who took their country back are evil. When, at least from my experience living here, I have seen that in Nicaragua, being poor is something that is not as harsh as being poor in the United States. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of things people don't have here. That's not my point. My point is that the problem in Nicaragua is more that, one, the government here has to deal with the fact that the United States still is waging war against them. What I was trying to explain earlier is that when the U.S. funded the Civil War here, and I refuse to call it what the Americans call it, Iran-Contra, because this is just bullshit propaganda. We caused a civil war. We caused the Nicaraguan Civil War. Not Iran-Contra. What the fuck is that? We caused Nicaraguan people to kill Nicaraguan people for no good reason. It was horrible. Absolutely unnecessary. So this whole notion that it's the Iran-Contra scandal is disgusting. It's just this political thing they do where something happens and then they word it so it sounds like something better than what it is. The reality is we funded a bunch of criminals. So basically the Nicaraguans took over from the dictator we had in power, and then we found all of his like ex-sicarios and killers and thugs. And then we funded them. We literally took the violent people in the society and we gave them money. And I don't mean a little bit of money. We gave them the kind of money that they could make anybody set for life just by being with them. And we trained them to torture and to kill. And we trained them to attack innocent civilians and police stations, and we trained terrorists. And we call it the Iran-Contra scandal. But it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. If you want to learn the truth about America, you can just look at this series of events and how it unfolded. And the main thing to understand is that we wage war on a percentage of the known world by sanctioning the nation, starving the people, causing unrest, and targeting sectarian separations to divide and conquer the society with one of our puppets so we can take the natural resources from the country. And this is what we do over and over and over again. And the people don't understand this. They think, oh no, we democracy, yeah, we fuck around a bit sometimes, and I don't know what we did in Chile, we killed the democratic process. Yeah, okay, there's tons of evidence that we don't give a shit about democracy, but come on, democracy sounds nice. Yes, that's kind of how it works. No one gives a shit, right? But it's just like, for me, now I understand, like, this is the reality of what it means to be an American. We are a product of a nation that waged war on most of the known world and created a lot of riches from that. And then the generations afterwards got all gassed up on this idea that we're better than other people because we're democratic. And then they didn't keep track of the fact that, no, we actually got that money and all of that wealth because we won World War II. We joined it when everyone else was weak, and we took a bunch of credit for tens of millions of Russians dying. We lied to our people, and we still do to this day, claiming that the world wars were ended by us bombing, like atomic bombing, Japan. The reality is, we had already completely eradicated Tokyo from firebombing without any nukes. We killed 100,000 people in 24 hours. It's the single largest human death event in history. And we don't even teach our students about it. We tell them that we dropped those atomic bombs, and yeah, we're the heroes. And like, that's all you need to know about us. We look at that event and we justify it. We say it was necessary. We say how horrible the Japanese were. We talk about them and the rape of Nanking and all these things, and we justify. And that's all you need to know. We are a society that is created through warfare, but that warfare is laundered so that the people get to feel as if they didn't do anything. They're not from a country that hurts and harms and kills, right? But the problem is, now we live in a time where the politicians stopped being good at lying about it. And I don't know what that means for the future, Personally, I think, I don't know. Things were pretty fucked before, to be honest. Now they're still fucked, but at least they're fucked in a way where the citizens of the wealthy nations are paying attention. And they might start realizing that, like, we can work together and buy different things and actually change our purchasing habits, and then suddenly these companies have to actually do what we want, but instead we get all tricked and we don't do that, and we just complain about it, We still got a long way to go, a lot of stuff to learn before we're able to heal. But I don't know, just things have to change a lot, because, for us to heal, we have to acknowledge that, we've caused a lot of problems, And, our answer at the moment, tons of people in the US at least have addiction, right? Drug addiction. And our answer is, to wage war on random fucking countries when, the reason there's an opiate addiction, the origin of the opiate crisis in the United States is a family of white people called the Sacklers. I get it. I get that fentanyl in Mexico and China and precursor and scary, but history, maybe, and it doesn't, again, it doesn't matter, because it's all bullshit. None of it that's what you have to remember, is that everything you hear, it's made to sound logical and sound like it explains the situation, but most of the time it's not real. Like, it's just some nonsense. You know, it's like right now, for example. Like, oh my god. Okay, so this 9/11 thing happened, and then all the airplanes, and you have to deal with TSA in the airport, right? You got to deal with the fact that, okay, there was bombs and stuff, so now people have to check your luggage so that you don't put a bomb on an airplane and send it into a building, right? Okay, right? Like, that sounds logical. It sounds like, okay, we got attacked from a plane. Now we're going to pay attention to the people getting on planes so that we don't get attacked from... Okay, like, that makes sense, right? Do you know what's happening right now? We have defunded TSA. They are literally unpaid and volunteering at the moment if they show up. And what are we doing at the same time? Oh yeah, we're waging war in the Middle East, the place that makes these terrorists, supposedly. So it's like, okay, wait, so the thing that is supposedly protecting us from these attacks, we're defunding it at the same time as we are doing something that would, you know, give people very good reason to do these attacks. Right? I mean, I'm not saying I think their reason, I agree with their reason. I'm just saying from their perspective, us slaughtering their people is why they attack us. That's why we have terrorism problems, because we kill people overseas. And then we lie to our citizens and we're like, ah, these goddamn terrorists, they're always trying to kill the freedom in our democracy. God damn it. And then you look at history and it's like, oh, we found a division in the society, and we found a minority group, and we armed them to fight against people and gave them target lists. And oh, after that they got slaughtered. Oh, but they're the terrorists. Oh, and we manufacture the terrorists, and that's the disgusting reality of it all. Like, and even this situation I just told you about, right, with TSA. Like, you know, the craziest part is that it doesn't even matter, because TSA doesn't even protect us anyway. So, like, realistically, like, there are other problems that are more of an issue, and nobody really is that safe. We just kind of are tricked into feeling like we're safe. But ultimately, you know, we've let companies and corporations consume our lives, trick us into paying for things that literally make us sick and cause us to die early deaths. And, like, we're already fully subserved, or what's the word? Usurped? Subverted, that's the word. So subverted, that's a word I learned recently. And when you're subverted, it means you're now moving against yourself. Does that make sense? And that's basically what's happened to people in a lot of the developed world, is we've just been tricked into moving against our nature. And we're surrounded by opportunities to purchase products that supposedly will make our lives better and easier and happier. But they never do. It's always a lie, right? It's always something unnecessary, gassing you up to convince you it's necessary. And it's so funny because ultimately, at the end of the day, most people have what they need to be relatively happy. The problem is that they're totally convinced that they don't. They're completely convinced there's all these other things they need, and once they get them, they're gonna be happy. Well, I got good news for you. Nothing you get is gonna make you happy, because happiness is always there underneath whatever you're feeling. It's not something you achieve. It's something present in the moment that you can miss, that you can overlook, that you can ignore. It is not something that is obtained. It is not something that is achieved. But this goes counter to what we're taught. We're taught, you know, once you achieve, you'll become happy. Once people accept you, once you know, your parents are proud of you, once, you know, the person you are attracted to or you love is impressed by you, then everything's just gonna be fine. You know what I mean? Hey, it's all good. I just kind of rant about things and certain subjects when I get into it. 3 megs is all you need sometimes. Hey, Maya. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Been working on this Bosschest. Ranting about suffering. Haha. Classic. Classic. I'm kind of done, though. I think I'm done. Well, no, I'm done ranting about suffering, actually. I'm happy that for a long time here I put up with slower internet. And mostly, it wasn't even slow. It was mostly just, it was like normal cable, so the download was alright, but the upload was horrible. But we were able to get fiber, like, I don't know, like 8 months ago or something like that. And ever since then, I've been able to stream, and the internet's more reliable, and now I can use it like normal. And it's not even that fast. It's like 15 megabits at the most, and normally like 8. But it's totally reliable. Almost always works, unless I don't have power. But if I don't have power, like I get like the internet for like 45 minutes or an hour because I have a battery. It works out. It's fine. I'm happy. I'm happy I'm able to stream like whenever I want, because before I couldn't do that. Hey, that's awesome. That's a good upload speed. I hope you're all doing well this, let's see, it's Friday night, right? Yeah, for me right now it is 10 p.m. on Friday. Ooh, I got a bunch of random stuff here. Alright, I want to make it more clear what my actual progress is. I need to find way more trolls. I think I know a strategy to do that, though. Let's see, this gemologist is still here, so what I'm gonna do, I have a bunch of chests. I have a chest over here somewhere that's full of stuff from earlier, and there's a troll cave. And in Enigma, the troll caves are full of like metal. Basically. And you can reset the troll caves. I got lucky the last time and I got some silver. But what I actually need right now are the rubies. You can find that the gemologist is a special kind of diverger. And you can give them certain gems and then they'll give you other gems. So like if you give them if you give them 10 bloodstone, then you'll get like 20 jade or 20 iolite. Or you could give them 10 ruby, which is like a lower tier. So I always give them rubies. I think I saw some rubies in here. Yeah, there we go, 10 rubies. Whoa, 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 what are you doing here? Hello. Alright, Mr. Carpenter. I see, you've got an offer. It's a coin trader. 30 metal scrap. For 450 fine wood. That's awesome. I'm always running out of fine wood. Do I have... I actually have... Oh, I could give him silver. Tin. I guess I should be smart and give him tin. Any scrap metal? That's so convenient. He just happened to spawn next to my chest full of scrap metal. Let's see. I have iron, silver. I want my silver though, yes. So, let's see. 10. Here's like 10 tin. How much does he want? 30? Let's see, I'll give you 10. Nice. That'll be worth it. That's a lot of fine wood. Yeah, I feel it can be frustrating when the internet's not working and you're trying to do something. Especially if like people are relying on you or you're, you know, have a commitment with other people. I've learned like a reliable, completely reliable 2 megabit per second connection is much better than an unreliable 20 megabit per second connection. Because that 20 megabits only exists when it's being used at the right moment. Hey, there we go. But, thank you, Mammoth. You know, I hadn't had like a person do one of the scammy, you know, things recently. It felt kind of wrong. Like the past couple people who've talked on Twitch have been real people. It's been kind of confusing for me. So now I feel it's almost like, I don't know, I feel comfortable now. Now I have the rite of passage has occurred. Hey. Nice. I think that's basically, yeah, yeah, exactly, those bots. Those bots are like the rite of passage. It's like you start streaming on Twitch, and then you get excited because there's like no viewers, and then there's one person, and then it's either a bot and they're like blah 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 blah, and then they leave, or it's a person. But this is the worst case. They're the Discord artists. Shh. I had to look around to make sure there wasn't one just jumping in the chat when I said that. But that's like the real, because it's so heartbreaking, because they basically will act like they want to talk to you and that they're actually a viewer, but they're just like gassing you up to then ask you for Discord so that they can offer you like art. But then the art, like, it's fine, don't get me wrong, the whole art thing and supporting artists is great, but they have a way of, how do I put it, overselling the impact. Does that make sense? So, like, they'll, like, convince you they're your best friend and everything's awesome and your stream's so cool and they've been watching you since you started and they've seen every episode and they think it's so amazing and you're doing so well. And why don't you just add them on Discord so that they can tell you how awesome you are and how incredible you are, because it's really amazing how cool you are, and they just want to tell you more about how cool you are, and then they sell you the art. They get you. That's how it works. So, I mean, yeah. I almost feel, I feel almost ripped off because I haven't had one of those people visit recently, and it's kind of sad. I miss it, you know, because you always have to, you kind of have to figure out like, oh wait, is this some person actually saying hello? Or is this just some crazy person who's not a person? Some crazy bot thing. You know, there's that moment, that uncertainty. It's kind of entertaining, like a puzzle. But it's not even happening. How am I supposed to get my kicks when all the people in the chat are real and normal? Yeah, alright. Okay, step 1. 10 rubies to this guy. Nice. Now I got all of these. Hey, Maker Mike, welcome. Thanks for coming by. I hope you're having a good Friday or a good weekend start, I guess. Does the weekend start on Thursday night or Friday night or Friday morning? I don't really know. My life is pretty much the same every day with a little bit of variability. I'm lucky in the sense that I have, like, I'm very busy, but all of the things I'm busy with are things I can move around and do when I want to. So it's quite flexible. It's happy. Yeah, that's the problem with internet, right? You're kind of limited by what you have available. The weekend starts when you want. That's great. I like that answer. It could be the weekend now. I think maybe you're right for most people, because Friday is like a work day, right? So in my head, the weekend is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but like that's not true. The weekend is Saturday and Sunday, right? Yeah, makes sense. Alright, I got my food. Now, I got lucky, and there is this scrapper over here with an offer for a bunch of fine wood. And I've learned from past experience in Valheim that I always run out of fine wood. I don't know what it is about fine wood, but I always run out of it. Maybe it's the, like, amount of it? I don't know. It's, like, kind of hard to get in large quantities, right? Unless you know a diverger who will give you 450 fine wood in exchange for 30 random pieces of metal. You know, if you happen to know someone like that. Now I'm flashing back to making these things. Oh my god. The diverger, like, if I put all of Enigma, like, there's 7,700 entries, something like that. If I put them all together, the unique diverger and the coin traders and the scrappers are like 80% of it. That one, those 2 or 3 systems are like everything pretty much. It's funny. Hey, that's awesome. You got a new laptop. That's always exciting. Yeah, look at all this fine wood. Hell yeah. It's worth the 30 tin. Alright. Did I? Oh yeah, I sold some stuff. So maybe I have 200 coins? 100 coins. Ah. I did this in the wrong order. I should have sold things to those diverger, but I just... Whatever. Okay, now, let's see. Am I going to regret this? I'm going to reset this cave. I feel like this chest is far enough away that it's safe. But is it? I guess I'm about to find out. Do I lose everything like a fool? Hey! I was smart. I got lucky. That's the worst. Well, at least you were able to finance a new one. That's good. Had you had the computer for a while? I feel like, depending on when you spill something on it, it's more or less heartbreaking. You know, like, if you get a computer or something today, and then you spill coffee on it, oof, that's pain. You know what I mean? But if you get a computer, and then 10 years later you spill some coffee on it, yeah, I mean, maybe that's for the best. You probably needed a new one, you know? 3 years, huh? I don't don't know. I guess it depends. Laptops, to be honest, you gotta get a good brand for it to last more than a couple years. You know? My favorite brand for laptop longevity is those ThinkPad things. They're insane. I got a Lenovo ThinkPad like 8 years ago, and I bought it used, and it still works today. The screen flickers and doesn't really function. The touchscreen broke. The layers of the edge have broken off. Half the keyboard doesn't work, but it still turns on, and it can boot RuneScape if I plug it into a monitor. So that's really all that matters. That's all that a computer really needs to be able to do, right? I like ThinkPads. They're expensive, but they're definitely like, yeah, they're very reliable, like super reliable. All right. I wonder what's in this cave. I got so lucky with the last one, having 2 silver nodes. I feel like I'm not going to get that lucky this time. And if I do, maybe I need to turn the silver node chance down. I guess if you spill coffee, it depends if the coffee had sugar or not, because the sugar is really what screws things up. If the computer is off, like, okay, I know this is crazy, but I used to like refurbish Game Boys, and you can literally put the circuit boards in a dishwasher. Like, as long as you don't have any batteries in it, all the batteries are removed. Then let's say you have like 10 pieces of computer stuff. Depending on the kind of thing, like, okay, you can't dishwash the screen, if that makes sense. But there's a lot of computer components that, as long as you disconnect all the parts that have electricity, so like it's not plugged in and there's no battery, you can literally like send it through the dishwasher and then dry it perfectly, and then it'll function. So like you have to just know when the electricity is going through it and what kind of circuit board it is, and like what it's used for, if that makes sense. But I was really surprised about that. But yeah, if you have sugar in the liquid, then basically what it does is it coats, and the sugar acts like kind of like wires do, and it then makes the electricity short. Yeah, exactly. You know the tricks. All right, now for the moment of truth. Wait a second. Was I distracted when I was talking? I feel like it... I know it made all the explode... No, it definitely replaced it. What the hell? Why? Oh, it remade these things because of the anti-grief. That's hilarious. Huh. Okay, because it definitely resets. There was an oak tree and it deleted that. That is hilarious. Hello, Martin. Well, it can be a thing. Yeah, you can... As long as, like, it doesn't work for everything. And some electronic components, like, if they get wet at all, they can dissolve, or there's glues. So, like, it's definitely not something to just do without making sure you're safe. I guess the best thing, like, if you don't know, is air. Get like an air compressor or something. None of that isopropyl stuff. That's what I used to use on the Game Boys a lot. It was basically air, isopropyl, and that crafting glue. It was hilarious because I would mod the Game Boy, right? And you just basically stuff it with crafting glue. And like, it looks really messy, but then you just spray some isopropyl on it, and boom, it just comes right off and it looks brand new. It's like, whoa, that's cool. So Maker Mike asked what I did with the cave. So in Enigma, you can reset dungeons and caves by either paying 999 coins, like building a coin pile, or tossing 3 of any Ashland's gemstone. So I got some Ashland's gemstones from something earlier, and I tossed them to reset the cave. But this isn't a normal cave. It's an Enigma troll cave, and they have metal in them. But they also have, like, a really powerful troll. Luckily, I have, like, stupidly strong sword, so I'm probably okay. Yeah, I got iron this time. There he is. You see that guy? Yeah. I got lucky last time, and there was a stone golem, and the stone golem killed the troll for me. This time, though, I have to hope for the best. Oh my god, I got him in the head and it barely did anything. Oh god, I'm going. Well, honestly, I felt like the silver was too easy last time, so now I'm happy that there's an effective droll? No, effective guardian. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so Winter, the point is that it's true. What you're saying is true. Water does do that. But that's only if there's electricity available to go through them. So as long as when the water's present, there is absolutely no electricity. There's no battery, there's nothing like that, and there's no glues that will dissolve or anything like that. You can use water, and then as long as you completely dry it off afterwards, then it can work. And like if you look at like industrially cleaning things, that's basically what they do. They're not like just avoiding water completely. It's like using the water appropriately, right? But it's definitely not, yeah, it's not a good idea to use water near computers, because the easiest way to destroy a computer is to just, you know, put a sugary liquid on it. Like, then it's fucked, basically. Yeah, exactly. Salt water, sugar water, any of these things. If it's running and you do that, oof, brutal. Yeah, exactly, Winter. Not just looked dry, like it has to be completely and absolutely dry. And that's why it's not really worth doing unless you're very comfortable and you know what you're doing, because probably, like, people often do that with the phone, right? They'll like drop their phone in water, and a lot of the times you can recover the phone if you immediately remove the battery and then you put the phone in desiccant for like 2 or 3 days. But people won't have the patience to do that, so they'll like drop the phone, put it in the desiccant, and then like take it out an hour later and try and turn it on, and like then that fries it. You know. All right, I got a strategy for this troll guardian. First I need a bubble. Need a gray dwarf. Hey, a bear. I haven't killed a bear recently. Let's take care of this bear. Damn, really? That's brutal. I haven't had a phone for, I think, like 4 years, something like that. Only possible, though, because of my unique life situation. Yeah, the issue with salt water or sugar water is that it leaves a connection after it dries. So even normal water has like minerals and other things in it, but yeah, that's brutal. To be honest, I always liked the idea of phones, but then the reality of having a phone with you all the time was, I don't know, something after I got away from it, I liked my life more. Because, like, now, it's already hard enough for me to not use the computer all day. But at least if I'm not on the computer, I'm not looking at a screen pretty much. Like, I'm probably gardening or doing dishes or cleaning or whatever. What? But if you have a phone, god damn, it's so hard to manage attention, at least for me. At least, like, with the computer I get distracted, but I can just walk away from the computer, sit in the garden for like 10 minutes, and then I know exactly what I want to do on the computer. But if I have a phone with me, then it's like, damn, I can never get away. Yeah, I heard once actually about water. I think if you, in theory, if you had like perfect water that was pure and had nothing in it, then if I remember right, it doesn't really conduct electricity. It's just that water basically always has things dissolved in it. Even if you try and make pure water, it'll end up with stuff dissolved in it. And that makes it always a conductor. I think that, at least that's my understanding of it, right? Because it needs the iron. Oh my god! I forgot how strong these things are. Don't shoot me. Okay. Alright. Yeah! Alright, I was supposed to get a bubble. I got distracted by that. Yeah, I fought the bear. That's right. Now I remember. There we go. Yeah. Distilled. What is distilled water again? Is that the water that's like boiled and then the steam is it's condensed and collected? That's what distilled means, right? I think something like that. I learned some crazy stuff about goes into that whole notion of like what we hear isn't true. You're talking about sinkholes and these things, right? So, you know how they say that like, well, humans did the nuclear thing. We can make nuclear bombs and make nuclear power, and it's not natural. Well, of course, the obvious argument is that, well, I mean, the suns do this all the time, right? They're natural, but there was actually a point in Earth's history where underground nuclear reactions, like in chambers and caves, happened just naturally. So basically, it's freaking crazy. But like, I don't remember what period in time it was in history, but there was a point in history where the uranium that existed hadn't decayed as much as it has now, and it meant that when you basically you had when a certain situation occurred in a cave underground near uranium metal and water, it would create a nuclear reaction that was sustained because of the water coming in and cooling it down. And there's a couple of these sites. I don't remember, it was a long time ago, like no humans were around when that was happening. But they like found out that, like, the world actually had naturally occurring underground nuclear reactions. Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, technically, bombs are everything. Like, I mean, it would be nice, yeah, if the bombs were just fusion or fission, but we do both. I think the like modern most crazy bombs are literally like an atomic bomb of one kind that sets off an atomic bomb of the other kind, or some crazy shit like that. I remember learning how it worked at one point, but yeah, unfortunately, we live in a time where there are fusion and fission bombs. I'm pretty sure, at least. I've always wondered, like, why don't we do more nuclear power? It seems weird to me that we, like, wage wars over oil and care a bunch about solar and all this green stuff, and, like, we have a way to turn uranium metal into, like, power at a huge scale. And, like, we don't do it. And then these data centers come along, and suddenly we're like, oh, all right, you know, nuclear power is safe now. It's like, okay, now we're doing it? Like, what the fuck is wrong with us? Like, I don't get it. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. It is, I mean, it is crazy to just think that there's all that energy just kind of stuffed in. It's, like, so expensive to connect the atoms that all that energy is used up to maintain that connection. And then, like, I don't know. Like, I know that technically, like, I understand, like, scientifically how the nuclear thing works, and fusion and fission and the bombs and suns and stars and all these things. But, like, at the same time, thinking about it, it's crazy. You know, like, absolutely crazy that every particle we see in our world is, like, bonded to other particles with a force, a thing. You know? It's kind of like gravity. Like, gravity trips me out. Because, like, I get it, right? We're drawn to bigger objects of mass. Like, I get it scientifically. But actually, thinking about the fact of gravity, there's like a link between you and every object in existence. That's what gravity is, right? So it's like absolutely nuts. I talked too long. I lost my bubble, right? Yeah, it would have killed me. Is it wastely and deadly? I don't know. I don't think, I'm pretty sure the whole nuclear power thing being deadly and dangerous is just bullshit. We regularly do deadly and dangerous things all the time. We destroy the planet in many ways and kill and slaughter each other. So, like, is nuclear power, especially modularized, like, redundant nuclear power, like, is it really that bad for the world? You know, I don't buy it. Like, if it's bad for the world, it's because we did a bad job designing the plan. Yeah, but if there's radiological poison in your nuclear power plant, you're super fucked up. Like, super fucked up. It's too late. You know? It's kind of like, I don't know. It just seems like, okay, let me be real with you. In the modern era, if you look at the United States, then yeah, maybe you're concerned about nuclear power, blah, blah, blah. But if you actually look at the rest of the world, you can now get modularized nuclear reactors with a bunch of redundancy that are set up in a way where even if they get, like, bombed, they don't melt down. They basically, like, just cease functioning. And they have, like, not just, like, a layer of redundancy, but many. And it literally is at this point where, like, we have these, like, modularized power plants, nuclear power plants, right? Like, those are a thing, especially in China. It's a big thing, and they can do it way cheaper than we can. And it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, we're literally just, like, using archaic methods and not applying things. You know, it's crazy. I don't know. If nuclear power, like, I get that, yeah, it has issues, but one of the things you got to be really careful when you actually hear people comparing things like water usage and all this shit, because there's a lot of lying about, like, they'll compare one thing and they'll in the first situation they'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, we're gonna count all of the things people did on the way to work and all the gas they used and everything else, but then they compare it to something else and they don't count all those things. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know, I've always gotten the impression that we can do a lot with nuclear power. It's just really expensive. Yeah, that isn't. You don't know how it works when, like, a modern nuclear power plant does not just blow up or melt down when something goes wrong. Like, so many things have to go wrong for that to happen. The older ones, that could happen. Yeah, that's true. But the perception of the public and a lack of reason is why we don't have nuclear power, not the actual damage. Like, you know, these data centers, they're literally making nuclear power plants just because of how much energy they use, which shows that, like, it was never really about the safety. And I mean, like, let's be real, we're very willing to do things that hurt people and are poisoning them. So it's not really about that. It's about people with a lot of money having a reason, right? So now these data centers have a reason. So now it's happening. But at the same time, you know, if we had a bunch of nuclear power, we wouldn't have to worry so much about oil. You know? Yeah, that's also my understanding, Fire. It's like, so it depends. In the US, nuclear power is expensive, but it's expensive because of all of the very expensive regulation in the United States specifically. So if you compare nuclear... I don't know what I was expecting there. If you compare the cost of nuclear power in China compared to the United States, it is way more cost effective in China. Because in China, they don't have all of these laws that basically force you to spend, overspend on the plant, basically. I know that, like, to the American, they'll be like, oh no, China's shit. Yeah, they don't know safety, blah, 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 blah. They skip it. That's not how, that's not, that's really isn't the situation. Like, yeah, China used to be like that, but now you should understand that China, for every couple cheap, shitty Chinese things, there is something that is, like, super, super high quality as well. And so, yes, there is this concept that everything in China is crappy, but the reality is China's completely outpaced us, and, like, we fell way far behind. Like, if you... a great example of this, like, the executives for the American car companies, they like to drive Chinese cars. I'm not saying they always do, but there's one in particular, I think it's the Ford executive. He literally drives a Chinese car. And it's just, I think it's funny how, like, there's all these stereotypes, right? Especially in the US. People can be super ignorant, to be honest. No offense to any Americans listening, myself included. Like, I live in Nicaragua now. Before moving here, I thought Nicaragua was a country in Africa. Literally, I didn't even know what continent it was in. Yeah, solar's cool. I like the idea of solar because you can just, like, buy a panel, especially in a country like Nicaragua, and then, like, use it. You just need, like, the thing and the battery. I also really like power from, like, moving water and these kind of things and working into that, but this is all things you need land for, right? the nuclear power thing, for me, it just seems like, okay, if I'm a government and I'm in this world where the oil that you can access is used to leverage political interest against your people and stuff. Like, I don't know. Why not just make it so that, like, yeah, I can use oil, but if I need to just switch over to nuclear power, then I can. You know, like, we didn't set anything up that way. We're just like, I don't know, we're just like using old infrastructure. And like, we got rid of a bunch of the things that maintain the infrastructure. And like, it's like, what? I don't know. To be honest, I think I would be concerned about everything happening in the world. But I've been paying attention to the things that we've been destroying for a decade, and like, at this point I'm just like, yeah. It's about time some crazy shit happened, because we've been like waging war on multiple nations for decades, and like, it's just our citizens don't realize that we will never again declare a war through Congress. That'll never happen again, ever, because we don't need to. We just secretly destroy things. We declare sanctions to soften the country up, blah 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 blah. But so like, for me, I'm not like happy that people are suffering, but I'm happy that now Americans kind of get it. You know what I mean? They're like, hey, we're all full of shit and ruled by leaders who are delirious, crazy pedophiles. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know, I feel like we're closer to reality now because we accept that it's a fucked up system, right? And like, average people are starting to accept that. Whereas like 10 years ago, people literally, like, I don't know, if you talked critically about things, you know, it wasn't like taken seriously. I don't know. Like, at least for me personally, I can tell that people treat me differently now when I criticize the United States. Like five years ago, when I would criticize the United States, it would make people uncomfortable. Definitely. If they were Americans, it would be like, there's this notion that we're the hero and that other people are like, I don't know, like worse than us or something. Like, other governments are worse than us. But the reality is, you know, we're not better, right? But I don't know, I just found that people would dismiss me a lot, and they would be like, no, that's not true. Or Russia and China is way worse, way worse, way worse. They're so much worse, way worse. And then I'd just be like, okay, you realize, like, my country, the United States, in the past 50 years, we have invaded more, like, okay, not invaded, I won't use that word, I'll use a different word. We have performed military action in more countries than all other countries combined military actions put together. Yet, Russia and China are just as evil as us? It's like, oh no, because when we do military action, we're saving people, like Libya and Iraq and Syria and Afghanistan. Like, yeah, we saved them. It's like all we do is just like destroy things, and then eventually we can't afford to be there anymore, so we fuck off, and like, it's more violent than when we got there, and that's what we do over and over and over again. And like, for some reason, I don't get it. It's like there's this notion that we make money off oil, and like, you know, it's fucked up. That doesn't even happen. Like, if you look at the Iraq War, that was supposed to make a bunch of money off of oil. Who made a bunch of money off of oil from that war? Because we don't even, like, we don't control the oil there. Like, we sort of do, right? But my point is that it's often in the name of something, but then if you actually look at, like, okay, if we really did this to earn a bunch of money, how did it happen? And then you find, like, a lot of the times it doesn't even happen, and it's like, wait, what? So like, We waged a war, supposedly for this reason, but then if you look at the actual reason, that didn't happen. So why did the war happen? It's like, oh, because it was politically favorable for somebody. Yeah, that's how it works. Bullshit. Bunch of bullshit, that's what it is. That's why I'm glad I can, I'm glad that I got exposed early on to all this kind of shit. Because now I'm just like, yeah, whatever. The world's insane. All you gotta do is treat the people you know as well as you can. Take care of yourself. Live the best life you can based on what you have access to. That's all you can do. There's a phrase I think of a lot. Expectation paves the road to ruin. I think that's an important one. A lot of lessons to be learned from that. There we go. Alright, now I'm prepared. Got my bubble. I have a feeling this troll is going to be like fully healed by now, but... Hey, he's not. Okay. Oh, he destroys the thing. Alright, I get it. Uh-oh. Yeah, so basically, I have to block each time, and then I'll survive. Oh, nope. I didn't get my bubble last time. That was classic timing. I didn't get my bubble. I almost got him, though. I'm gonna get him this time. Yeah, when people are younger, they tend to think the world is very kind, and as they get older, they tend to start to believe that the world is cruel. But really, the world is everything, because it's all relative to your experiences and what you've gone through, so... Ultimately, like, you can be in an area that is miserable as long as your relative experience is happier than you experience a happy experience. You know, everything's relative. Sometimes it's easier for people to understand relativity with temperature. Because a lot of people in the West live in areas where it gets cold, right? And if they have tea or something, or let's say coffee or hot chocolate, you probably noticed how when you are cold, even just something a bit warm feels very hot. Whereas when you're really hot, that same thing might feel cool. It's all relative to your current situation, your experience, right? I live in a country where it's... I live in the tropics. There's no winter. The only snow is in my freezer. So for me, cold is... I don't know, like, I guess in Celsius, it would be like 24 degrees. That's cold. Very cold. But for people in countries with a winter, then they would just be like, what the hell? That's really warm. What are you talking about? You know? That's how it works. Can I don't know. I have corpse run. Am I going to survive? I'm just going to try. Oh, my corpse run. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, there we go. I guess this is probably the best way for me to get trophies, right? Yeah, I got a troll trophy. Nice. Yeah, I can just keep resetting and I'll get a trophy each time and a bunch of random metal. Negative? Holy shit. Yeah, that's like the kind of negative where you can spill a cup of water and it freezes before it hits the ground. That's crazy. I used to like the winter, actually. But then my body experienced not having a winter, and I course corrected. It's like there's ways to learn to enjoy the winter, but the act of a whole year passing and being able to garden and grow things and go outside with, you know, just like a layer of clothes, you don't have to prepare, you can just throw on whatever, it doesn't matter. I like it. I prefer it. I don't miss the winter. I like skiing, don't get me wrong, but I don't think the winter is worth skiing. Does that make sense? I also like, you know, the snow on the ground and how it looks and all those things. That looks pretty. That looks cool. But it's not worth the winter. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's brutally cold. I couldn't deal with that. Wait, what? I heard some noise. Time to reset the cave again. Nah, yeah, good point. Alright, let's see how are things looking here. Yeah, we got our 2 troll trophies. I need to kill a bunch of skeletons. Yeah, I've been getting some good stuff though. Good haul so far. Alright, looks like I can reset this cave like 3 times maybe? Where are the other gems though? Ah, I left them in the other spot, huh? Fair enough, fair enough. Where is that burial chamber? I think it was over here. Ah, yeah, I understand, Maker. Do you have, like, arthritis or anything? That can be really hard on people. I remember that about the cold. I would try and type, and, like, I couldn't type fast enough. Ah, no, I went the wrong way. I remember now. The burial chamber is on the other side of this mist over here. Yeah, that stuff can be brutal. You have to be really careful how you use your wrists. I don't, you know, to be honest, I don't understand that, because I heard that carpal tunnel, like, once you have it forever. And there was a period of my life when I was like 15 or 16 where I had those issues. But like now, I don't know what to tell you, but I've used the computer like 10 hours, like, okay, 5 to 10 hours a day, almost every day of my life for 20 years since then. Or no, like 18 years, and I don't know what happened, but it went away. So like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, isn't it supposed to be permanent? Why did it go away? Why did that stop happening? I don't know. I was also told I would be chronically ill for the rest of my life, but I got better. Sometimes I wonder how much of the nonsense is really nonsense, right? Yeah, I'm sorry about that kind of thing. Wow, sorry, I butchered that. I need to drink some of this tea, 1 second. I'm sorry. I can imagine dealing with like joint pain and those kind of things in the cold is hard. It's definitely worse. Huh. Now, I should be able to just run in here and grab some Surdling cores. In theory. Yeah, I guess probably somebody just told me it was permanent, but people just talk a bunch of nonsense. Makes sense though, I mean, we hear a bunch of stuff. How are you supposed to know what's true and not true? I just assume everything's bullshit. I practice something I refer to as not-ism. It is not, I don't know, maybe it's real. I just explain it to myself this way. It's not something I've read about. But not-ism is the belief that the world we live in is so backwards that you should assume everything is the opposite of what it claims to be. Does that make sense? So if somebody says, I'm saving the people, you should assume they're doing the opposite, that they are destroying the people. And if somebody says, we're going to wage war, you should assume they're not going to. Like, I know that it doesn't always work. But what I've found in my life is that the world is so backwards that you're actually going to be more accurate if you assume everything is the opposite of what it appears to be. You'll be more accurate than if you assume everything is what it claims to be. Does that make sense? So it's not, obviously there's going to be exceptions, but that's just been my experience. Oh, my pickaxe is going to break. Tragic. It's all good though. I got my Surdling cores. I've always wondered about that kind of thing, because there's a lot of stuff that, like, if you don't have the right things in your diet, then your body can't replenish certain things. But then there's certain things that, even if you do have them, it's just inevitable, basically. I remember something I noticed. I had a dog. His name was Gully. I had it for 17 years, or like 16 years, almost 17. And when he turned like 8 or 9, he started going bald. And then by the time he was 10, he had a huge, huge bald spot. And people just said like, oh, it's old dog. That's how they are. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And then I started feeding him fish. And it literally just went away. Like, well, his bald spot went away, and he had hair until he died. Like, 7 years later. So that was, for me, that was the first time in my life I was like, damn, this whole nutrition thing, it's no joke. Like, it's real. Well, yeah, that must be what it was, all those omegas. I've also noticed, like, in my life at least, I live off of a pretty simple diet where I consume a lot of butter, dairy, and cacao paste. What's funny is that I can actually perceive the cacao paste because I've, well, lived without having it, and there's a noticeable difference. There's something about cacao paste, and I consume a lot of it. Like, I consume 1.5 pounds of cacao paste a week, basically. I'm not kidding when I say, like, I live off of corn, cacao paste, milk, and butter. But there's something about that food, I don't know what it does, But now that I have this diet, there's all these issues I used to have that I just don't have anymore. Like my hands used to shake, and I used to have all these white marks on my nails. Like, I don't experience that stuff when I have like this diet. And it's funny because people freak out because they're like, you don't need solid food. What the fuck's wrong with you? You can't live that way. And I'm like, bitch, I lived this way for 3 years and counting. I am proof you can live this way. My body is made of Pinot Leo. That wasn't directed at anyone here, by the way. I was just being satirical by saying that. I think in general, people have strong feelings about food. It can be easy to trigger them by mistake. Yeah. Hey, there's always a way. At least in a video game, you can look however you want. Oh, hey, I just put 2 and 2 together. I see. Okay. I don't have any ooze bombs, though. I need some sirloin cores. Well, to be honest, I see my Valheim character more than I see my actual in real life appearance because of the way I work and how my life is, I don't actually need to like look at a mirror or like maintain my appearance for a certain time or something. And I can tell you that when you stop looking at mirrors and cell phones and seeing your own reflection, you literally like, it changes your relationship with yourself. It's funny. Because like I used to be all insecure about like certain parts of how I looked and like I don't give a shit anymore. Like I literally just don't care. It's hilarious because it's not like I feel good about myself. It's that literally I don't care if somebody thinks I look ugly or have like dirt on my face or something. It's like, and it's just amusing because I definitely used to feel that way. I used to feel insecure. And it's not like, I don't know, it's not like my body changed, if that makes sense. It's more that I just went through so many things that I saw that no matter how you look, you will be judged. If you're skinny, you'll be judged. If you're fat, you'll be judged. If you're black, you'll be judged. If you're white, you'll be judged. If you're tall, you'll be judged. If you're short, you'll be judged. No matter what it is, people, especially those who feel intimidated by you, will talk shit about you and judge you and attack you no matter what. So like there's no escaping it. And like even people who are like really attractive, like I don't know, like at least from what I've seen, like I've met a couple people who are like maybe they're really physically attractive, but their personality is just like shit. Like really shitty because like people just don't talk back to them and stuff, so like they just do whatever. You know what I mean? And there's no consequences because people don't tell them how they really feel. And so like it's this particular kind of vibe. I don't know how to explain it, but I've been around a lot of different kinds of people and like I don't know, I don't think it's that simple. Ah, shit. Damn. That was brutal. I guess I got what I needed anyway. I only really needed a couple sirloin cores. All right. I still haven't made a cart. I probably have enough coins now. I hear a diverger shooting something. A goblin? Why am I hearing a goblin? That's weird. Now what I'm looking for is crystal. so I can sell it. I guess I can sell grid ore pies instead, though. Really, I need 905 coins. Yeah, I gotta make these cheaper, that's right. I think this will be enough. What? What? Oh, Odin buffed me? Okay, cool. That works, thank you. Wait, so what's this guy doing now? Oh, empowered troll armor? Oh, holy shit, I think I found my new armor. I've just been using random crap, but I really like the troll armor. And I have developer advantage, so I know that the empowered troll armor is super high level because it is a weaker armor set. Whereas other players would think it's only level 8 or 10 or 12 or whatever. Mwahaha. Alright. Gotta sell him all this stuff. And do I have 800 coins? Okay, I only need a little bit more. I need 905 coins. Oh, I need 55 coins. 55. I guess I can sell. Here we go. I'll sell all this stone and wood. That's pretty funny. Oh no, I can just do this. That's right. Wait, what's the print screen? F10. No, F. Nope. Nope. This one. Yeah, there we go. I got it. Alright. There we go. Okay, so now I can buy a cart. Hiya! There's so many diverger here. Dakar, you're dying! There we go. Ooh! Yeah, I got an ultra card. Ooh. It's a lot of stuff here. I got my 5 Certolin cores, though. I guess realistically, though, I should grab some more. There's gonna be way more in that dungeon. Right back. Alrighty. I am back. And now it's time for me to transition into the more just playing part of the stream. So if somebody says something, you can ask a question and I might respond. Well, I will respond. But I'll just be playing. I'm gonna just keep kind of doing this kind of thing. Not worry too much. Keep getting the stuff I need for this boss chest. Hey, Samo. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I got some time to play. Today the power was out, and then I gardened all day. I'm still covered in dirt, actually. I love gardening. I haven't done it for a while. So that worked really well. And then I got a chance to play Valheim. I'm doing the stuff for the second boss chest. And the boss chests are how you progress in Enigma Mode. Instead of killing bosses, you basically have to collect a bunch of resources that are mostly related to that boss's biome. So I need to get a bunch of bone fragments, troll trophies, root, and wolf fangs. It's a whole process. Usually it takes a couple sessions. I like to, at least the idea, the way I like to play them, is like you build a base, or a forward operating base, for each boss chest that you do. And then you hang out in that base for a couple sessions while you're completing it. Yeah. Luckily in Enigma you can make these nonsense chests. So you get loads of storage space, and then because there's so many items there, right, I can go like take all here, and then I can just hold E, so you can process things really quickly. Now I have the empty cart. I don't even know what I looted. Yeah, plants are like people. You get to know different plants. You'll like certain plants that other people hate. You'll hate certain plants other people love. My favorite plants are the ones that don't require a whole lot of maintenance, but grow vigorously and show you a lot of green. Hey, there we go. That's more like it. Now I got a second one. No. Now everything is restored. Balance is restored. Hey, I hope you garden, Samo. I often feel like maybe I don't want to, but then if I actually just sit in the garden, I garden. I end up doing it, and I like it. And it makes me very happy. Yeah, you're around plants. How did I get 5 molten cores? That's hilarious. If I get some yucca, can I buy yucca wood? I don't remember. There's no reason for me to make this though, but it's funny that I almost can. Yeah, I feel yeah. It's kind of the same for me actually, because I make tutorials, right? And they don't want tutorials this year. It makes sense though, because for that kind of content, the viewer like really needs to be motivated to listen to that specific thing. And when you're putting a bunch of content together, it just doesn't really work as well if it requires a focus as much. This year, I don't know if I'm gonna submit any content because I've been so focused on Hype Week and doing that and helping with like organizing the events and everything. But maybe I'll do something like super last minute. I don't know. We'll see. I generally like I found that in general there's so many other talented people that I can be more useful if I focus on helping other people out in a supportive role than if I try and make something myself. That makes sense? Yeah, that's a good point actually, like the kind of context. Like if it's a very specific tutorial, that's one thing, but something about enjoying Valheim as a game. So here's something funny for you. So yeah, the tutorials aren't allowed, but a video essay about how you feel about Valheim is allowed. Interesting. Just so you know. Yeah, and those video essays, I think they could be like up to 10 minutes, right? Let me check actually. I think it's either 5-minute max or 10. Valcon Digital. Oh, don't worry, it's impossible to read everything. So right now the Hype Week channel is just a place to talk with people who are either the host of a world, so like me or Dakar or these other people, or other players who are looking for the same kind of thing. It's not like the actual information for each server hasn't been fully disclosed yet. So it's possible to find them because a lot of the servers like are available year round and like you can just go there. But yeah, that's cool. So could you be clear about what kind of video? Ah, no, you mean for the actual from the actual Valcon live stream, right? Yeah, to be honest, I think if I did make a video, it would probably be promoting Expand World Prefabs. Because, like, out of all the things that I could talk about, or make anything about, that one mod has actually changed my life. Like, it became a focus, and the whole project I made, Enigma Mode, was developed with this one thing that gives you the ability to vanilla compatibly develop a world that, you know, works in normal Valheim, and it's amazing. It's really, really, really fun. And like now I've been able to run this server, right? And I started in February, and now it's like, you know, it's past that initial part where a bunch of people play because it's the new playthrough, but then those people go away, right? And then you have the truth, right? And that's the part that's very interesting to me. Like, how can you make a Valheim world where you want to keep joining and doing different things months later? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's all of this and all the learning I've done, this is all done with Expand World Prefabs. So yeah, it kind of depends how I feel and how things work out, because it's often better, like right now, I'll make a video if I'm in a position where I feel like that is right, because it's kind of like, if I can make a video, I should make a marketing video or something that helps raise awareness of Valcon or Hype Week at the moment, right? But I could make something for the actual content, though. That could be interesting. Ah, I see. So like a video essay about that, huh? That could be cool. I think I've only made one Valheim video essay before. That was a long time ago, though. I made a bunch of Valheim videos. It's funny, and most of the videos, I'd say like the first, I don't know, like 100 Valheim videos I made, I'm like making them in Nicaragua. It's super hot, and there's a fan, and I'm trying to like yell above the noise of the fan while I have headphones in, so I don't realize how loud I'm being. So like that's why if you look at those videos, it literally like to me now it sounds like what the fuck is this? Like I'm just yelling. Like for some reason I don't know why, but on YouTube if you yell in your videos, it it like I don't know. It's unpleasant, but for some reason the videos do well if you yell. It doesn't make sense to me, but I swear it's true. I've seen it. Hey, look at this. I feel like this is some progress here. Okay. I only have 3 troll trophies. But I have a troll cave on this island, so technically I just need to keep resetting that cave and I'm probably fine. I'll think about what you said, Samo, though. That's a cool idea. It'd be easy to make a video that's just like walking and talking about what I love about Valheim. Haha, that's awesome. Going back to the troll cave. I got all this silver from it earlier. I didn't have a cart, so I just kind of stashed it nearby, but now I can grab it. This bear is suspiciously fast. Oh no, it's just a normal bear. Weird. Haha, really? So I live in Nicaragua, but I'm not from here. I've lived in Nicaragua for like 6 years or so. No, I think I first came here 6 years ago, but I've lived here for 5 years, something like that. I'm like a mutt, basically. I was born in Sri Lanka to an English father and an American mother. And then I lived in Saudi Arabia and Lesotho, which is in Africa. Basically, my parents, they taught for the British international schools, and they didn't get paid that much, but you could like pick which school you wanted to teach at, so you could teach at one place for like a year or two, then teach at another place for a year or two, and your family would get like housing covered. So that's kind of like how they paid you. You got a little bit of money, but mostly what they paid you was the fact that you could be in multiple countries if you planned it out, and they would cover the fees every now and then, and it was like set up that way. So I was very lucky. Got to see a lot of the world. To be honest, it's kind of a curse. Because once you see like different cultures, it's harder to swallow things like other people can. that makes sense. That's probably part of the open-mindedness, because, like, really, when people are closed-minded, it's not about them as a person. It just means that they haven't met that many humans who are different. But when you're exposed to a lot of different cultures and a lot of different people, like, you just learn that people are very different, and like what works for one person doesn't work for another person. Like in my life, like I'm like, I feel at home and nostalgic if I'm a foreigner, because my whole life I was a foreigner. I was always not like where I'm from, like looked different, felt different, treated different. So it's weird, right? It doesn't really make sense. Like, okay, so I feel normal in a situation where I don't understand the language around me, because as a kid, that's the situation I was in. It's funny. Yeah. No, I definitely think it's more of a gift. It just kind of depends what you do with things, right? Because sometimes it's easy to feel overwhelmed and like depressed about things, but for me, like, what I want to do is make video games where I take like these lessons and things I've learned about the world and like being happy and how things work, and I like basically make the game teach that lesson, but I don't say what I'm doing. So that the player like will think they're just playing a game. They won't realize that I'm actually trying to trick them into becoming a happy person. You know what I mean? And Valheim's been a big source of inspiration. Because when I started playing Valheim, I was playing World of Warcraft, and I think that kind of helped make the contrast so clear between being part of a raiding guild that's compelled to show up, where it's forced to play a certain way. You cannot adjust it. You can't try any new ideas. There's no creativity allowed. In fact, it's discouraged. And then Valheim. And like, it clicked in me. I was like, oh, this is the kind of game that actually is good for a person. Like one where you practice your creativity and learning in these things. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard to. So there's a lot of subjects that if I talk about them, I'm prone to like triggering people. I'm not trying to. It's just that I speak from a perspective that is not what they're used to hearing, and sometimes that can be very unsettling, especially with things about like mental health, or if you're an American or an English person. But what I would say about like things like disorders, things like ADHD and all that, I think really all of those names are, how do I put it? People have a tendency, like, when you hear like ADD, ADHD, depression, PTSD, this is a tendency of the West and like modern psychology to diagnose and to label things, but it's not accurate to look at it that way. It really doesn't produce results from my experience. What's happening is that those are behaviors. Those are observable behaviors. So when somebody is behaving in a way that matches ADD or ADHD or PTSD, then you can say that. But the problem is that the way this is handled causes people to identify with the disorder, and this causes a bunch of problems, like huge issues. And most people, when you hear about them talk about mental health, they will absolutely kind of justify that kind of thing, if that makes sense. So they'll treat their depression or ADD or whatever as a part of themselves. Does that make sense? And that's very problematic from my perspective, because then you can like heal or not be that way, but you think you are that because you've convinced yourself it's part of who you are. So it's very problematic to actually accept the diagnosis of a mental disorder, even if it's true, because it usually doesn't lead to the person recovering. At least not from what I've seen. From what I've seen, what leads to people recovering is a change in environment or circumstance. So the person usually continues to suffer until something in their life changes significantly that then forces them into a different circumstance. So they move, or somebody dies, or they get a different job, whatever, that kind of stuff. That's what actually heals people, from what I've seen. I've seen a lot of pain and suffering caused by pharmaceuticals and pills. So, like, people get really fucked up listening to the doctor sometimes. I'm not even talking about, like, illegal things. I just mean they do what they're told, and it wrecks them. Causes them a lot of problems. Have to be very, very careful. I think it's always funny interacting with people that are from more Western countries compared to, let's say, I guess, the third world, as the West would call it. One second, let me have more of this. Because in the West, things are very much diagnosed, and it's like, oh, that's this is that, that's this disorder, that's this, that's that. Whereas in the third world, it's just like, what do you mean? This life. Like, it's not like there's something wrong with you. It's just like, shit's hard. You got problems. But, like, you're a human. Does that make sense? And that's why I kind of like that attitude more. It's like, I'm more comfortable in Nicaragua, but one of the reasons I'm more comfortable is because I've suffered. And so I'm like, not abrased by seeing suffering or seeing people who are in poverty and that kind of thing, because I know that, like, in the society I was from before, I knew where the money really comes from, and that ultimately my participation in American society is impoverishing people all around the world and causing harm. So, like, from my perspective, I would rather see what's happening than live in a circumstance where everything's hidden, but deep down I know that it's happening. I know that it's there. Because then I felt like fake, if that makes sense. But I'm like weird, and I feel responsible for everything around me and all these things, so it's a mess. It makes my life complicated. Yeah, I should set up a membership. I don't think I've ever done that. I actually, yeah, it's funny. So, yeah, I might have to restart YouTube from the beginning. I don't know. I don't know yet for sure. I'll know in like 3 or 4 days. But basically, I lost my ability to receive money from AdSense until I verify the AdSense account that is linked to this YouTube channel. Unfortunately, I actually lost access to it like 4 years ago. And I post videos to the channel because I use a friend's manager account. So it's basically I'm in touch with Google support or YouTube support, and they've given me some instructions to try and recover the account. but it's completely possible I won't be able to recover it. And that would mean that I can post videos to this account, but it's impossible for me to receive the ad revenue. So what I would have to do is make a new YouTube account that I have full control over, and then keep posting videos there. And ultimately, it's not like the end of the world, really, to be honest. I've made new YouTube accounts like 5 times. I've had to restart income streams from scratch like 10 times. So ultimately, sometimes these things actually work out for the best if you like just start over from the beginning. It's frustrating, and it causes a delay, but ultimately sometimes it is for the best. I don't know what'll happen with me. Basically, I have some instructions to follow from Google, and I have to find an old device, log in once a day and fail, and then do that 7 or 8 days in a row, and then talk to the customer service again. And then maybe if I'm lucky, they'll transfer the account brand ownership to another account. But it could be that it's just impossible. And in that case, yeah, I'll have to start a new YouTube channel. I don't know how I'm gonna handle that, to be honest. Hey, well, to be honest, I don't know how many of my subscribers are actually Valheim subscribers. I think it's only like 3,000, maybe 4,000, to be honest. Because most of my subscribers, I started making YouTube videos like, gosh, a long time ago. I want to say like 12 years ago. And it wasn't about Valheim. It was about like random stuff, all sorts of random stuff. But then what actually like hit off for me, so to speak, was earning money online and like drop shipping and that kind of thing. So I used to like teach people how to drop ship. Did a whole bunch of crazy shit. That's actually how I ended up getting into Nicaragua, but I didn't like it. It was like stupid. Cause like what I learned basically about earning money online and the reality of things is that like people are full of shit. Basically, and like if you actually look at like earning money is really unethical in almost all cases. So it's very tricky to find a situation where you can do something honestly and earn money from it. It's very, very tricky. It takes a lot of patience and a lot of practice and a lot of networking to be in a situation where you're lucky enough to do that. For most people that doesn't happen, so they end up having to do other things, if that makes sense. I mean, you're right, Samo. It's Valheim is very niche. Like I love Valheim and what it means to me and everything, but at the same time, like most creators are sad or frustrated. It kind of depends. Not everyone's like this. There are creators who just love Valheim and they're having a lot of fun. I get that impression from Easy and Emma. They're both Twitch streamers, and I've been doing a podcast with them for ValCon. That's been really awesome. But I would say that most of the creators from the pandemic era, they feel sad about Valheim. Like, their videos used to get a lot of more views, and then people just kind of lost interest, and they wanted more content, they wanted more regular updates, and then they didn't get that. So there's kind of that sentiment, you know what I mean? And like obviously that's gonna be a thing, that's always a thing. In the comments and everything. Oh gosh. Yeah. I'm getting lucky with these wolves. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, Emma's really cool. I knew a bit about her content before, but now that I've gotten to actually work with her and Easy, I love working on that podcast with them. It's like really, I don't know how to explain it, but like before we even did one episode, we'd met like 3 or 4 different times and like practiced a bunch of different things, and it's one of my favorite Valheim related things because I don't feel, I don't know, when I make content, I have to like use a lot of energy to like host and be aware of what's happening and plan it and do all that. Whereas when I do podcast stuff with them, it's kind of more like I sit in the background and I kind of listen and I step in to talk for a bit and then I kind of step back and listen and guide things a bit. And it's really relaxing and fun, and I like working with them a lot. So I hope we get to just keep making those podcast episodes because it's really enjoyable. And I think it's a good way to like connect with people in the Valheim community, you know? And it's less kind of like, it feels more, how do I say, I don't know, like asking people one-on-one for interviews is very formal. Whereas like in this session, in this format, even if it's an interview, there's like 3 of the hosts, and it's like more laid back. I like the vibe of it more. And I learned a lot from them as well, because both Emma and Easy are primarily streamers. And I don't know much about streaming. So like, I know I'm streaming right now and everything, but I come from a different attitude with streaming. Because it's all just practice. Don't worry about it too much. But so I stream, but when I'm streaming, like mostly what I'm doing is trying to, like I stream to keep the server I run active, because I've found that when I live stream, people join and it gives a trickle of new players onto the server. So I do it for that reason, but also to show off Enigma and these things, right? Whereas Emma and Easy, like their main form of content is live streaming. So it's like a totally different perspective, and I've learned a bunch from them that I had no idea about. It's been cool. Definitely. I'm really lucky, to be honest. I'm in a very, very lucky position where I get to talk to a lot of like really talented Valheim builders and content creators and streamers and organizers, and it's really cool. I learn a lot. And it helps me with like, I get like a free game development education basically. It's cool. Oh god. I guess this is just what I should do. I should just run around with this. It looks like that dwarf was working on the workbench. I just need to kind of run around. Run around with this cart. Fight stuff. What's up with all these goblins? I really hope these are from the plains and that I didn't like leave a key on the world or something. There is plains right there though, so it makes sense. Guess I'm lucky. He's got the armor I want. Plane's right there. I guess I can take a little deviation, a little side quest. I do the same thing. Use a wireless headset, and then I can like hear things while I'm in the kitchen, that kind of thing. Well, Samo, technically, Enigma's vanilla. You could join this server completely vanilla without any mods on your client. I know what you mean, though. It's not, it's not normal Valheim, and like to be honest, it's not for everyone. Like Enigma is very much like, I don't know how to describe Enigma, to be honest. It's like you have to have sort of a predisposition to chaos, I guess. Like you have to be kind of drawn to those things. And then yeah, Enigma's more something you'll probably enjoy a lot. It is designed to be quite flexible though, to be honest. So like there's people who just build, there's people who, you know, crazy like me and just do random shit. There's people who do all sorts of different things. Looks like I have enough bear pull. Gonna need wolf fang. Alright, black metal time. Oh. I will say, I hope that, like something I've noticed is with Valheim, once you play Valheim with other people who really like Valheim and you're able to connect with them, the quality of the Valheim experience goes up a bunch. Because it kind of like fixes the issue that most players experience where they get kind of bothered by the game ending and then Iron Gate development being slow. But if you get to be part of a community, especially if you're talking to content creators and these kind of people, then like they're like always doing stuff and working on things, so it doesn't really matter that Iron Gate hasn't released Deep North because there's all these other things happening and people are doing projects and they're trying to make scripts and they're trying to make this video and they're trying to do this other thing and then they're having this live stream, and so like it doesn't matter. Does that make sense? And it adds a lot of depth. And I'm hoping that with ValCon and with Hype Week and with the podcast as well, that we can all make it easier for people to find that experience, like not like content creators, like normal players. Yeah, I say Valheim's super funny. It's not just that. Like the awkward zebra walks and talks awkwardly. I say all those words. I pronounce that specific noise weirdly for some reason. I've done that for oh god. I've done that for a long time. No! Kaizen does a lot of cool things. It was really cool to speak with him. I got to talk to him on one of the podcasts recently. That was really, well, mostly, you know, talk. I don't know how to say it. Talk, interview, because it's kind of like, you know, I get a moment to ask a question and then listen and these things. You know, that happened. And then we get a chance to chat like with the guests if they stay after we stop recording. Sometimes people stick around and chat for a bit. It's cool. I think the thing I like about Kaizen is how he's very honest. And a lot of people, it's not like people lie, it's more like they just don't really, they're very hesitant to speak truthfully about certain things, if that makes sense. Whereas like with Kaizen, I don't know, like I feel like he does a good job of talking about things that are like hard to talk about normally, but he does it in a respectful way. At least that's the impression I got from him. Yeah. Zebra. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, wait! Oh, now I'm happy about these. Oh, no. No Wolfbang? Tragic. Yeah. Yeah, it's always messy speaking about people in public. That's why, I'm lucky that, generally, I just kind of say how I feel, and I don't really have a lot of feelings about other people. Like, the way I look at it is if I feel some way about some other YouTuber or content creator, then really, like, I'm just being insecure about myself. Does that make sense? So, like, if I'm bothered by this person doing this thing, and I notice that, then I'm like, alright, I get it. And that means I'm bothered that I do that stupid thing. God damn it, I hate psychology sometimes. Usually just, like, to be honest, most of the time I'm pretty chill. It's just when, like, I'm quite stressed or something, and then, like, maybe somebody words something wrong, or, you know, whatever, and then I get frustrated. But usually after I calm down, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. That had nothing to do with you, but I was mad. Where? Ah, yeah, okay. That's funny, I'm in a position where basically I just need to fight everything. I need goblins to get the black metal to turn into that diverger. I need to get the grey dwarves. Hey, well, I got good news for you, because that's the, like, dirty secret about insecurity, is, like, realizing that everybody has insecurities. For me, I had this experience once. I participated in an event. It's called Grind Camp. It was actually how I came to Nicaragua for the first time. And basically, 30 people who earned money online stayed in the same place for 1 month. And the idea, it was like a networking event to, like, learn about new things and everything. In practice, like, a third of the people were there with that attitude, and then everyone else just, like, was a party person and wanted to party a bunch and drink, do these kind of things. That's just how it was. But I learned a lot about people from seeing, like, especially from seeing the conflict between the people who, like, were there trying to network and learn, And then the people who were like, fuck this, let's spend our money and go out and party and do these things. And it was really funny. But I met some people who earned like, yeah, literally like more than $100,000 a month after like taxes and everything, like profit. And my takeaway was that money is very, very complicated. And those people had a lot of problems. Everyone had problems. And I was like one of the poorest people there. And I was by far the happiest. Like, by far. It was... I think there was like 1 or 2 people there who seemed kind of happy. And basically, like, what I ended up doing for that is, like, I just tried to, like, help manage the conflict between everybody, which was impossible. Like, literally impossible. But it was hilarious. Like, I loved it. It was so funny. That was a weird point in my life, because I'd never been around that much, like, wealth or luxury. And then for this, like, random 2 or 3 week period, so I was working as a barista in Starbucks. And then one of my coworkers took a bunch of acid and then became convinced that he needed to cover all of my shifts so that I could go to Nicaragua. Like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's true, I swear. I didn't even like pressure him or anything. He literally was tripping. And then he was like, Jack, I took off for no reason. I need the hours. You're going to Nicaragua. I'm taking all your shifts. And it was funny too, because there was a guy who, like, normally isn't that kind to other people and doesn't do that. Like, he was a kind of struggling person. And he did it, yeah. And so I went to Nicaragua for 2 or 3 weeks. Because it's not like I had money. I couldn't, like, stop what I was doing. You know what I mean? 1 second, I just realized how late it is and I'm talking with the window open. 1 second. Ah, no, it's Friday night. I thought it was, like, Wednesday or Thursday night. I was just babbling with the window here. 12 at night. It's more acceptable now. I just closed it, though, so it's all good. Yeah, no, so not even half the people were distractions, more than that. I mean, so don't get me wrong, though. Those partying people, some of them were the wealthiest people. So, like, it's not like the ones who were trying to network were the ones who were, like, earning the most money. It was kind of like some of the ones who were partying, like, a lot. From their perspective, they already, like, had done everything, and, like, that's kind of why they were there. Yeah, they were going to talk and network a little bit. So, it's not like they were all, like, I don't know. It's also like it was completely dysfunctional and everyone was very arrogant and egotistical, and like I'm pretty sure I learned a lot more than most people did. I like interviewed everybody and like talked to everybody extensively and learned how they make money, and like it was great for me. It was really great for me. And then I moved to Nicaragua afterwards because I was like, what the fuck am I doing in a country that I have to spend thousands of dollars a month for rent when I could live in Nicaragua and have a whole life and a yard and animals and food and everything for that money, like a fraction of it, you know what I mean? So I was just like, yeah, fuck that. And then I left, and then life was so good in Nicaragua that I literally couldn't bear to be in the United States anymore, because I got a taste of what it's like to actually like have dignity with a part-time job. Like, imagine that. Like, that sounds impossible, right? Imagine being able to work, like, a minimum wage part-time job and being able to pay your rent, provide for someone, buy whatever you want food-wise, and live a simple, happy life. Like, that sounds ridiculous, right? But that's what happens if you, like, are willing to go live in a place like Nicaragua and you earn money online. Crazy. Oh. Yeah, 30,000 a month is a lot. Even in the US, it's a lot of money. And money doesn't always fuck people up, but the thing I was trying to get at with that story is just that, like, ultimately, let's say you want to live a happier life, and you want to be... Yeah, it really is, to be honest. If you... Well, okay, let me put it this way. If you earn money online from a computer, then living in the third world, it can very much be like a paradise. I lived in the East Coast. I lived in Northern Virginia and Reston, so I was near one of the most expensive counties in the country. It was super expensive. Reston's like a big, like, planned town with a bunch of retired, like, CIA people and military people and stuff. It's funny because it's all, like, nice. It's all these nature, and then, like, you look at the history and it's like, damn, these are all, like, the retired people who waged the wars. Like, literally. And I was like, god damn. There's probably somebody... I've probably passed by somebody who waged war on Nicaragua in the Iran-Contra affair thing. And, like, I didn't even know it. Like, just because statistically there were a bunch of, like, literally, Reston was like a ex-CIA town. Like, people from the CIA and the intelligence agencies would they would go, how do I explain it? Yeah, they basically retire in similar areas. So you get a lot of, like, families from people who were in the intelligence services in, like, the 70s or 80s, basically. Reston's actually a really cool town, I gotta say. They had, like, laws where you couldn't cut down trees when you purchased property, and there had to be a walking path that connected every single neighborhood in the town. And, like, I loved it. It was really cool. It was fucking expensive, so I left. But, I mean, it was cool. Yeah, a friend of mine used to live in Ohio, so... Funnily, I went from living in Reston, and then I went to Nicaragua, and then I briefly lived in West Virginia. In, like, Wheeling, near Wheeling Island. Which is, not like Reston or Northern Virginia. It's, like, very much a struggling area with a lot of, like, hardship and drug addiction and these things. So it was interesting, because I hadn't seen that in the US that directly, but then in the matter of, like, a couple months, I went from not seeing that kind of thing, aside from when I went to, like, cities, to then I went to Oakton in California. Or Oakland, or... yeah, Oakland. And then I saw what Oakland was like, and I was like, holy shit, this is insane. And then I went to, yeah, I was around Wheeling in West Virginia. And Wheeling, just so you know, is like... It used to be one of the most populated towns in the entire country because there were all of these jobs for coal and factories. But then all the factories shut down. And now it's a ghost town. It's like, has like a population of like 40,000 people or something. So that, like, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that it's an area that's full of, like, abandoned buildings. There are regularly fires where an abandoned building, like, the electricity has an issue and then it catches fire, or somebody's squatting in there and then they, you know, set something on fire by mistake or on purpose or whatever. That kind of thing would happen regularly. So, like, even in the time I was there were, like, multiple buildings that burned down, that kind of thing. It was literally, like, the aftermath of, like, when a bunch of factory jobs are there and then they all vanish. And, like, you get a bunch of, like, gambling and prostitution and drug addiction and suffering. And it was just funny, like, going from, like, oh yeah, the US is great, I've seen all these happy things and wealthy people in Reston. And then, like, my illusions of that just completely shattered in, like, 2 months. I went to California, saw California, and then went to Oakland, and I saw skyscrapers with city tents of homeless people and drug addiction at their base, you know? No, so now I won't anymore. I still get my Patreon stuff, and I get stuff from, like, What's the other thing? Ah, yeah, when people buy servers, I get like some of the money when people get a Zap server. So I still get that stuff. But when it comes to the actual ad revenue or like super chats or all these things, I don't get anything from this channel until I'm able to fix that, which I might not be able to. So we'll see. I'm not too worried about that anymore. I was really sad about it, but now I've gone through it. And actually, yeah, Ulrich helped me out and donated money. And yeah, literally, like, now I can just focus on Valcon stuff. I don't have to worry as much. Thank you, man. I mean, you're welcome to if you want to. So I have like a Patreon and a PayPal and these things. Here, one second. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, it's funny too because in that interview, I did a live stream recently with Snazzy, and in that interview, someone did a super chat, but I didn't know what it was. So I thought it was like somebody just like writing something, and I was confused. And then ironically, now because my payment thing got suspended, I actually won't get that. So it's just gonna sit in this account. And I think maybe that means I might be able to fix this because like the problem I had before with the Google account is that there was no way for Google to like prove I am that person. Whereas now there's money in it. So I think maybe I will be able to prove I am that person. Does that make sense? Here, I have one of those PayPal links, I think. Give me a moment. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, and don't worry about it, by the way. I'm just making it convenient for you. They must have gotten rid of PayPal Me. They used to have these PayPal links. You could just like, it was like a page and people could send money to it. But I looked into that recently and it's gone, and I had to make a new thing, and it's like called a .biz. It's different. But yeah, if you do it this way, then it actually like I like live off my PayPal account. It's like how I originally earned money. When I first came to Nicaragua, I had this Udemy course, and it actually when I launched it, it did really well. Ended up earning like $20,000 over like 3 years or 4 years. So it's not like that was all straight away or something. But it like provided for my life for 2 years. So it was awesome. Granted, in that 2 years, I proceeded to make like 14 courses and earn nothing from any of them. But that first one did real well. Alright, let's see. I grabbed all that stuff earlier. I think I got distracted. I didn't take it to the boss chest, did I? Maybe I did. Ah, no, that's right. There's other ones. Now I just need the troll trophies. Now it'll be black metal time. I want to get that empowered troll armor before something happens to that. Scrapper. They can die or like go away, so it's kind of important that once you find a good one, you complete it as soon as you can. Alright, hey, I'm making good progress on things. Looks like the limiting one's definitely going to be the troll trophies. It looks like I get the wolf fangs, yeah, enough. I've just been killing the wolves that spawn in the Black Forest sometimes from scripts, and it's worked out. Troll raids, yeah, good point, Val. Good point. Oh, I didn't even think about that. You're so right. What am I doing? I just completely forgot that that was possible. Yeah, no, Baliog's got the wisdom. Baliog's like the Enigma veteran of all Enigma veterans. He's died to Enigma mechanics around 1,700 times. He understands it on a level few do. And so he just pointed out, what am I doing? I can use these troll trophies to make troll raids and get more troll trophies. And he's very right. All I have to do is put these trophies on the wall. Oh, that's not true. I need to make I need to make some bronze nails. Oh. Or coal. You kept the death. Yeah. Yeah, it's hilarious. Sometimes, like, I pretty much always play on no map, but sometimes I'll get a glimpse, like on an admin character, of the map, and I just see how much I died. What's even better now, though, is if you use the Enigma quality of life mod pack, then every time you die, a screenshot gets sent to the public, like, Discord channel of all of people's deaths. And it's hilarious. It's like the best feedback I've ever gotten, to be honest, because I see what people are actually dying to and I get a bunch of context. It's great. Alright, so now, yeah, now it should be good. There we go. Ooh, what's this thing? Increased stamina regeneration. Hey, that sounds nice. I'm wearing one now, but I've never even noticed what it does, so I don't think it matters. I've seen it activate, and I haven't perceived anything, so I'm going to try this other one. Ah, I needed the bear trophy for it. I see. Okay. Where's this thing? A pendant, huh? I wonder where it goes. Yeah, exactly. You get it. Yeah, it's like kill cams for the monsters, sort of. Alright, now I can actually trigger these. So this is what Baliog was pointing out. He was like, you could just make troll raids. So in Enigma, when you start mounting trophies, then the raid of that monster can get triggered. Makes sense? So that's what this thing is. Every time you see that question mark, it's like rolling a chance to trigger the raid. So it makes a lot of sense to just have these up, do my thing, and then there we go, raid's happening. And now I can get the trophies. Probably. Yeah, exactly. Troll love potion. Yeah. It's funny though, because the trolls are, I think they're always level 1 trolls. Very easy. Oh god. Spoke too soon. Where's the other one? I see, they're just gonna get wrecked by the... Oh wait, no! Is that one I care about? What happened to him? No! No, that was the other one, okay. Oh, really? I didn't know it changed their star level. That's really cool. That's good to know. Yeah, that looks so funny. Yeah, just my luck. They're gonna kill this Diverger. Probably not though, he's super strong. Yeah, too bad I don't have that potion. I like starred monsters a lot in Enigma. I prefer them over the normal ones are like super squishy. No. Hey, you're making a video? That's awesome. You'll make it. That's why you told me that you're making it, right? Now you're gonna make it. It's simple. Just one hits him. Don't piss this scrapper off. Oh, that'd be crazy. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool if there was like, kind of like a holographic trophy. You know what I mean? Like Pokemon cards. Look at this. 1 troll trophy. Nice. Yeah, I think you're right about that, but Valheim... It's like something I've noticed at least is that the game itself and the gameplay loops are actually quite fun. The problem is the way they're designed makes them expire really fast. So it's like the game design kind of causes problems before the actual game itself. I don't know how to explain that, if I'm saying that properly. Ooh, they got me. But basically, it's funny. Oh, I'm starting to get tired. I completely lost my train of thought then. Yeah, it's funny to have a ground is shaking raid. I want the raid, and it doesn't matter if they attack the house because the bed is invincible. What an odd circumstance. I see why the others just do that. You can just kind of fight stuff as much as you want. Make like an arena. Just monsters come. Interesting. Interesting. Damn, trolls drop a decent amount of coins too. Uh-oh. Ah, yeah, I remember my train of thought now. You were talking about rare things and collecting them. And so in Valheim, there's a lot of getting something once and then never getting it again. And in general, the thing it kind of is missing is reasons to go get stuff. Just kind of like what you're describing. I would say it doesn't even need to be just rare things. It's also just reasons to get things in general. Did I mess something up with the... I feel like these trolls are dropping a lot of coins. Why am I getting so many coins? Yeah, it's like 200 per troll. I must have added that. I don't think it's normally that much. Normally like 50. Yeah, this definitely works though. Okay, so this can be... I'm gonna stop the trolls now. Take the trophies down. Mostly because I'm starting to fall asleep. I'm nodding off. So I'm gonna finish up here. Oh, actually, I know what I'll do. I'll complete this guy's offer here so that I can get the scraps. Yeah, look at that. That's all our trophies, pretty much. Not all of them, but like half of them. I see why Valheim recommended this way. That worked really well. Yeah, now I get it. Now I need to just do a... get myself hunted. Hey, I got an Aspen trophy. Lucky. Alright. Yeah, cool. Now, why did he not like his food? What was up with that? Can I not feed this kind? He should like health foods. Ah, okay, just Serpent Stew doesn't work for some reason. Weird. Should work. The hell? Oh. I thought that was a bunch of barley. I was like, what is this? Ah, I see. I missed a couple trophies. Ooh, more than a couple. Alright, now it's black metal time. I need to find 167 black metal, which basically means I need to roam the plains that's through here and just fight Goblin. and then put the black metal scraps in this cart, and then it should be good. And then I'll be able to have an armor set I actually like. Not that I don't. I like the bear armor. It's like, it's just I haven't really like I don't have a connection to it, if that makes sense. I've been wearing it, but I don't feel. I don't know. But the troll armor, I love the troll armor. Something about the hood. It's awesome. Is that an ocean or plains? Oh god. But my cart, was that necessary? Jeez. Why do I feel like they're... Oh, I remember now. If I go in the rift, then I'll be in an actual plains. That's probably a better idea. A better idea. Oh, it sounded true. These are big plains. I have no idea where this is either. Oh, there's Black Forest right there, though. Hey, some bubble gibbers. Where's a goblin? I need some goblin friends. There's one. Here we go. I just need to kill a bunch of goblins and then I'll be fine. Not even a bunch of them. Maybe like 20. It's not that many. I hear them. Oh, I know what I can do. I can make noise. How do I do that? Guess I can. Oh, I don't have my pickaxe. Oh. Oh no, that's a Vile. I don't want to fight Vile. They have so much health. Let's go. Oh god. Do they see me? Oh, I missed. Shit. Ooh, side. He got me from the side. Ah. Those ones are tricky. They always spawn in a 3-pack. And they tend to, you fight one, and then you don't realize it, and the other one velociraptors you. That's what they tend to do. I didn't make them do that. I just made them, and then they did that. If I'm lucky, there'll be like a goblin camp or a goblin tower over there. We'll see. That's what I'll do for the rest of the stream, though. I'll just kind of explore that plains a bit, get that black metal, and hope that the rift link doesn't change to somewhere else. For now, I'm going to stretch a little bit, get some water, then I'll be back. Alright. I will be fighting gobbos and exploring the plains until I either get enough black metal or I start falling asleep. It's so good. I rant in Discord all the time. It's fine if people do that to me. I'm probably gonna go to sleep after I finish streaming though. I'll look at Discord in the morning. Ooh. The answer and the end. Oh, double tapped. I love the way the fueling work together. There's something about fighting them I really enjoy. I've never quite put my finger on what it is, but it seems to be related to how they're like little tiny people. I don't know what it is. I just love seeing them run around and how they just, you know what I mean? They're so strong. I love it. Oh, I was doing so well. I think I like how the goblins put me in my place. Oh, that was good. I am falling asleep now, though. I'm going to call it quits. Good night, everyone. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of wherever you are. Morning, night, or evening? Morning, night. No, morning, night, or afternoon. That's all of them. Bye-bye. And remember, everything you've been seeing is Enigma Mode, and you can also use it yourself. Just check out Enigma Mode on Thunderstore. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.